What up? What's up? That's right, y'all. It's Hot Mike Friday. Big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. What's up? Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. What up, fam? What up, y'all? Y'all know this is Hot Mike Friday. We coming up on the weekend. And I'm just taking it that everybody can hear me. Am I correct? Let me check this out right quick. Let me check it out. Give me them thumbs up if y'all can hear me. Give me them thumbs up if you can hear me. Y'all know tonight's show gonna be short and sweet. Short and sweet. Got them Ohio State Buckeyes putting it in tonight. Got them Buckeyes putting it in tonight. Represent OSU, OH, and them 10 cents in the hills. Yes, sir. Hey, let me see. Yeah, them thumbs up. Y'all can hear me. Look, before I get started here, I don't know if y'all familiar with this new thing that they got on YouTube. Something that it's something new. But what it does, it kind of like summarizes our videos. You know, I don't know if everybody has this extra feature, but we get a chance to go in and I can summarize our videos just to see, you know, what AI feels like our video was about. And I just like to see how close it comes. And I'm going to do our last video just so y'all can just see how is an AI smarter than a human being. I'll be tripping because AI be acting like it be knowing what it be talking about. Let me see here. The importance of breeding. Now this is from the last video. It says, the breeding is a critical part of the history and the development of the breed. Mo emphasizes the need for the understanding and how breeding practices have influenced the breeding over time. Mo stresses that there is no better breeding method as the ultimate success comes down to the quality of the dog itself. Here it says, discussing the poll. The video focuses on the poll that asks viewers if the breeding of the American Pit Bull Terrier has changed over time, with 76% saying yes, 24% saying no. Mo expresses his belief that breeding has fundamentally changed and provides his perspective on why he believes this is the case. And the good thing I like about it, because it actually timestamps, as y'all can see right there. Analyzing pedigrees. The video dives into the detailed analysis of various pedigrees, showcasing different bloodlines and how they have influenced the breed. Mo focuses on the importance of identifying the key traits and understanding how they have been passed down through the generations. The key takeaways from the pedigree analyst. The host looks at different bloodlines like Red Boy, Yellow John, and Mayday. Mo stresses the importance of identifying key traits and understanding how they have been passed down through generations. The importance of understanding the breed. Mo encourages viewers to continue learning and to avoid making judgments about different breeding practices. He emphasizes that there is no right or wrong way to breed, as long as the focus remains on the well-being of the dogs. And his dog of the night. The video concludes with a showcase of the dog of the night, a dog that Mo feels represents the ideal combination. Hold on. Mo emphasizes the ideal combination of recognizing and appreciating the work that the breeders put into producing high-quality dogs. Now, the thing I like about this thing here, Let's see, I'll put this here. See these questions down here at the bottom? You can actually ask this thing questions and it pops up. We're gonna ask it, do breed standards evolve? And we don't see what it comes up. Now all this is based off of what it feels like is within the video. Okay, here we go. Mo discusses how breed standards evolve over time. Timestamp. Here's the gist of what he says. Evolution is a gradual process. Breed standards don't change overnight. They evolve over time, slowly adapting to new priorities and understanding of the breed. Breeders need to be aware of changes. Responsible breeders stay up to date on the changes in breed standards and adjust their breeding programs accordingly. Mo doesn't go into specifics on how breed standards evolve, but the video emphasizes that it is a continuous process driven by breeders' understanding, experience, and the evolving needs of the breed. Now, they tell me that humans are supposed to be smarter than the damn computer. But I did this on our video, on that Tuesday's video, and that's what got me, because I happened to just come up on that. But what I like about it, it helps us understand from AI's point of view what the video was about. And I'm taking it that the same thing that we reading there based on what I feel like it hit the nail on the head, is that our audience receive these same thoughts. Because one thing we're not trying to do is be biased. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to just actually just give it to you straight up real. And anytime I can see AI come through and it basically gets our point across, I'm taking it that everybody is generally catching on to the same thing. I don't know if they opened this up to everybody who has the access to the YouTube thing, or they just leave that out just for us creators. But I just thought it was important, for me to just share that with y'all, because now that I know what's out there, I go in and I even ask my own questions sometimes. Yeah, like, what makes a killer type of situation. But let me see. I don't know if I can pull that up. I don't know if we even discussed that, but let me see. I think I can ask it. Let me see. What makes a killer? I don't know if we did that in this video right here, though, Mo. Was it in this one? Let's see. I'm going to see what it come up and say. Okay. Yeah, it gave me something down here. Okay, I'm going to go back over here. What makes a killer? Mo doesn't give a singular definition of what makes a killer, but he emphasized several key qualities. Important traits for a killer dog. Aggression. It's not just a matter of being aggressive, but the right type of aggression. A killer instinct. It's the dog's desire to go after its prey, the drive to finish the fight. A whole lot on that timestamp. Let me see. Okay, we froze. Okay, here we go. Back style. Mo describes a Pacific back style, what we mean that's the back end style that seems to correlate with killers. It's a powerful, strong back end that allows for explosive movements. Mouth. The dog's mouth is a big factor. It's not just about being able to bite hard, but the intensity and the effectiveness of their bite. The ability to dismantle opponent. A killer dog doesn't just win fights, it dominates its opponent. Mo uses the term dismantle to describe the dog's ability to quickly end the fight. Mo suggests that these qualities are often passed down through generations, which is why he puts so much emphasis on studying pedigrees. Telling me that AI is something else, man. It put it right on the point. It sums up, the explanation. But this is something that I was actually used on our last 2 videos just to coordinate to see how the AI actually worked. So I like the timestamp thing about it. And yeah, I even tried that. Yep, it goes right to the video where he emphasizes certain things that the question that's being asked. So for those who have that feature on their YouTube, check it out sometimes. It's actually really interesting, and you can basically ask it any question pertaining to the video, and it generally comes up with an answer. So I always thought that was, I thought that was a good feature to share with y'all, because sometimes we don't know if our audience is getting a point and if the point really got out to them. But based on the AI, when I go back through it, it keeps us in the right direction, and and it actually really does emphasizes the points that's trying to be made. So I thought I'd share that with you just to start the day off. Now, today we're going to be talking about Stone City Kennels. I'm not going to say too much because I'm going to let Mo do that. But for me, the importance of why we talk about our past and the people who made up that past, because relationships had a lot to do with the success and the things that we were able to learn from different people. And those things that we learned actually helped us a whole hell of a lot. Actually gave us the ability to, have great dogs, learn certain practices, understanding different other people's different views of their breeding programs, their dogs. What are they looking out of a dog? What do they do with that puppy? How do they bring their puppies up? How do they determine what they're using and what they're not using? We didn't just figure these things out by ourselves. We had a whole lot of help. Now, by the time we ran into Stone City, we had already been dealing with many great dog men. A lot of great dogs. So our growing seemed to get better along the way as Mo takes you through our history, from the Eli's to the Boscos, to the Popes and the Abernathy dogs, to the Wood Snooties and James Edwards, and to the Hetrick dogs. All these type of things that we were learning early, and as we progressed to that moment when we went to Puerto Rico. That, and to be honest with y'all, that moment changed everything for us. Because from that point forward, first of all, Mayday dogs were already on the ground. Second, we lost Red Ace. That was a big blow. But Mo set a standard that day. Because like he said, if he was willing to get over the Red Ace situation. When I mean get over, Red Ace didn't come home. That bothered him. You know what I'm saying? But from that day forth, he stood on that one thing. Either they're going to be like this or we're not going to deal with them. And for years, moving forward, that has led to the way not only him, but I and our kennel partner looked at the dogs we were creating. So when we be talking about there's just certain dogs that we just refuse, certain dogs that we just know this is what we're going to bring. So most of the time, anytime that we were headed toward the box, believe me, we already knew what we was bringing. You just stop and think about, well, did you just raise them up and then, you thought about it and then you just took them out? Well, through the schooling process, you do all that the right way. But when you have a yard full of good dogs, which like we did, we had a lot of competition. We didn't have to really leave the yard because there was a lot of competition on the yard. And then when we got done and we checked the yard, then we're going to go out and we're going to be checking other people's yards. We're going to take our stuff out here and we're going to go beat up on a couple more people and see if what we seeing on the yard is going to affect other people's yards. I'm going to be honest with you. There was a couple yards we went into that they wound up bringing 2-3 dogs trying to stop some shit. I mean, being real. Make people change their whole yards. So that was a standard because we were trying to, one thing we're not going to be is kennel blind. So that takes up we wasn't guessing. We was really trying to make sure what we were seeing not only could be done on the yard, but then off the yard. Now, if you got through them 2 stages, you was going to be in the box. And I think that us doing it that way led to a lot of our success. But when it came down to our relationships with people, I'm going to tell you right now, that Puerto Rico move, and I remember that day after the Red Ace situation, there was a lot of people there was mad. I mean, really upset because Tommy Boy didn't make it. And this is right after the situation. They did all they could, but she didn't make it. So you had a whole lot of upset people. But then you had these guys over here and was more like, and I'm going to say Stone City, my boys, they was over there, man, y'all really beat up a badass dog. I mean, they were shocked. But they also knew, because remember we were staying with Tony. So they had kind of already knew what we was dealing with the shyness. And the only reason we couldn't get today because they didn't want to give us that time to do it. Mo didn't want to go back and forth. And Mo was like, well, hopefully something bite her. She gonna go ahead and get stupid. Well, that did happen. It just didn't end the way he thought it would. But they recognized what they had seen. And they actually, believe it or not, man, they sent us home with dogs. Literally. A dog. They sent us home with a dog. And I never forgot that because that move right there changed the whole outlook of the yard. The whole entire outlook. Now take it now. The dog that they gave us was a puppy. But we still had other grown dogs. We had the Mayday dogs on the yard. We got these puppies. So we got puppies, and then now we can still keep doing what we were doing with our other match dogs. But over that time period, you start realizing that we had, you know, a lot of good dogs on the yard. And that actually led to how our breeding program totally changed. How those dogs started eliminating other dogs that we thought were really good that actually wound up in other people's hands. Because remember, in order to stay on the yard, you had to have a purpose. And we had to make room for that other group of dogs that was coming through. So I felt like for y'all to try to understand how these things happen, the relationships that led up to our experience, all the dogs, and then we didn't really know who Stone City that well, but the relationship from that one experience turned into years of a lot of great dogs and a lot of fun. Because we went a lot of places with them, got a chance to see a lot of things, and met a whole lot of people. So I'm gonna turn this over to Mo so he can go ahead and get y'all breaking in. But before I do that, I have to go in here and I'm fixing to take a look at my peoples. See who my peoples is out there. Hold on one second. Where we at here? I know I'm on here somewhere, right? Let me go in here. Here we go. Let me check out who out here in the chat. Well, I'm a little low on the end because I know there's a lot more people than that. But here, I'm going to go over here. Him on get this seat right here while I get these shout outs. Because I seen K Walk was the first one to hit the room. I got my mic on over here. Let me get this out the way. Big shout out to my main man K Walk in the house. What up, fam? The one and only, the incomparable Mr. Dickie Foster. I see you, fam. Yo! Honey, the insane honey badger in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my main man, Mr. William McNeil in the house. Yo, my man, Mr. Derek Lockett. What up, fam? Swamp Thing Melee. I see you, fam. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Burning Star. What up, fam? Big shout out to Hart and Finney's Kennels in the house. What up, fam? What else we got down here? Big shout out to Rose. Welcome to the Shark Tank, Rose. Let me hook you up here right quick. Big shout out to Yellow Seed in the house. Welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. Hey. Big shout out to the newcomers in the Shark Tank. You know, I'm going to just explain like I used to, just in case y'all don't know. As you notice, everybody in here is blue. You know, that represents the Shark Tank. All I ask people to do is respect each other. The reason everybody's blue because you can. Say what you want to say. Express the way you want to feel. Because we over here, we do agree to disagree. So I feel like we're all on the same level. So to my fellow Shark Tank members, show some love to our new members of the Shark Tank. And y'all know how y'all do it. I want to give another big shout out to my man Johnny 5, LBC 213. What up, fam? Big shout out to Robinson's in the house. What up, fam? My man, Mr. John Dimbry in the house. What up, fam? Yo, James Kirk in the house. Beam me up, baby. Big shout out to Vito Rashid. I see you, fam. My man, Mr. Frederick Hasbide. What up, fam? Frederick, forgive me if I be blowing that. Big shout out to RBG Lone Wolf in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my main man, Mr. Brandon Newhouse in the house. What up, fam? Bloodthirst #1, a.k.a. Happy 360. I see you, fam.
What up? What up?
Yo, Blitz Comic. What up, fam?
He need a camera over there where he at, don't
Let me see. Long time supporter, the one and only We Hunt Kennels in the house.
What up, We Hunt?
What up, fam? Big shout out to newcomer in the house, Mr. Zane Bill in the house. Welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. Let me take care of you right quick here. There you go. Y'all show again. Y'all show the newcomers some love. Long time supporter, Mr. 216. I see you, fam. Marcus B. Yo, what up, fam? Big shout out to my main man, Supreme Excellence. What up, fam? Extant Stone. What up, fam? Let me see here. Big shout out to representing D-Town, my man Chico Nicholas in the house. No, Chico Nichols in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man Tony Montana in the house. What up, fam? I see you. Viking Royal family in the house. What up, fam? And I always say, school country. I think that took care of everybody. Again, welcome everybody to the show. Sit back, relax. If you have any questions, set them up, set them out. You know. So you, Mo.
What up, everybody? Hey, before I get started, I want to go back to you got something to drink. Go back and remember we were talking about the honey thing. I just wanted to go back and go over that right quick. Because I like to have receipts, to point it out so you guys can get a clear understanding. So I like to have that receipt. We have some good response to it. But I actually went to Google and I asked Google that question. And is honey good for a dog? Boost the energy and fuel. It says yes. Honey can be considered a good source of quick energy for dogs due to its natural sugars, making it a potential option to give your dog a boost of energy, especially if they are active or working dogs. However, it should also be given in moderation to avoid weight gain. It says natural sugar source. Honey contains easily digestible sugars like glucose, which provides a fast energy burst. Owners often give energy to working or athletic dogs to help fuel their activities. Moderation is key. While beneficial, too much honey can lead to weight gain due to its high sugar content. Choice of fuel of raw honey. Opt for raw, unpasteurized honey for the most natural value. Okay? Like I said, it's a natural energy boost. And it's like I was saying, because of that fast pace and things like that, and me doing for wrestling, I just wanted to go in there on a really like just a little step further, not only as a receipt, but something for guys that really want to look into that, look into it and get an understanding. So I just wanted to touch on that just a little bit before I go ahead and move forward. Just wanted to touch back. Because I like having receipts, and I like when I put something out there, I want guys to understand it and not try to figure it out. Go one more time where you can just see it for yourself. If you can read, you see it, you got it. Okay. Just had to go there for that one. And like I said, it also proves, when my man stepped up there with that boost of energy, made his piece on it. It was basically what we just got done seeing here too. And just wanted to make sure you guys seen that. Receipts to get you somewhere where you can go to see for yourself. That helps out a lot. I know we're talking about Stone City tonight. Mike, he started off, the relationship, but see, prior to Stone City, I had been already talking to Jesse. And, I really, when I think about it, I really never told him about, Mayday and them until after the Red Ace fight. See, he never knew that I had puppies off of Mayday, because, to me, this was early. There wasn't too many people, talking about Mayday. Wasn't nobody, you didn't hear Mayday's name. Only reason I knew who he was because I saw him. So I didn't really see much reason to talk about the puppies we had. Not with them, Remember in one of my shows, I had this, thing that I had back then that I already targeted Stone City because they were in the journal that I was going to make contact with them. And by me making the contact, I had a chance to go into Tommy Boy on the simple note that they said, she was one of the baddest dogs over there. So we got a bitch. We'll see how bad she is. He wondered then, but he actually had a chance to see, the kind of guys that was coming. Maybe they didn't think we was, they had a lot of confidence in Tommy, but we had a lot of confidence in our dog. But that's how I got a chance to go to Puerto Rico, to go after Tommy. And ended up coming home without Red Ace, but I came home with a little puppy. The little puppy's name was Little Buck, off of Yellow Buck and Miss Nico. So I didn't come home empty-handed. I had me something in the crate. And between Tony and Jesse, they took real good care of me. I mean, I had a chance to go. I lived in Tony's crib, but, I had a chance to see the dogs running around with Jesse because Tony ran a pizza shop down there in the university area. So when I wasn't hanging with Tony, I was with Jesse. And it was with Jesse that I got a chance to see, Onyx, Yellow Buck, Nico. I think Tony had Nico, and Jesse had Yellow Buck. But I got a chance to see all these dogs. I mean, really had pictures, interact with them. And when he gave me that opportunity to take that puppy home, and he literally let me pick that puppy, and that's the puppy I came home with. But the funny thing about it was their feet. The feet and the way some of these dogs was looking, they looked at like, when y'all talking about Mayday looked like a hound dog, or Barracuda looked like they had some hound in them. To me, the Stone City dogs they looked weird. It really did look weird, but those were some badass dogs. You know what I'm saying? And that was the thing. Puerto Rico is not an easy place. So anytime you see guys coming out of Puerto Rico winning, you can best believe they're coming out of there with good dogs that won. Because there's some hell of good dogs over there. And it's not easy to go over there and because they have very good dogs, for real. And that was the start for me. A good relationship because Jesse eventually moved from Puerto Rico into the States, where he ended up in Orlando. And that even got me even closer to him. So now me and Jesse became pretty close. Jesse kind of let me in, and through him, I got a chance to meet Mike from hardcore, and then with that in itself, you know, we ended up doing a lot of things. You know, I had a chance to see California Jack, you know, Wacko, you know, Hoss and them, you know, Grand Champion Sparky. I mean, I just had a good time, you know. Yeah, I did. I said Miranda's Onyx. I seen, you know, we was at their house. But oh yeah, Black Ice. You know, I seen a lot of things over there and had a lot of fun. I told you I fell in love with a little Puerto Rican over there. I just couldn't get her to come leave her mama. But man, oh boy, was she beautiful. But I had a really nice time. And we got even closer once he got into the States. You know, it was just one thing after the fight. You know, after, you know, going back and Jesse moving to the States, you know, I'm telling him about Mayday. Well, Jesse knew Mayday. And he said he couldn't stand Victor. He said, I don't like Victor. I don't like Victor. Well, I was like, well, you know, Red Ace had some puppies off of Mayday. You know, I don't have it too, but they're pretty good. They're hot little puppies. You know what I'm saying? He was like, oh man, I don't like that Mayday shit. Fuck that Mayday shit. You know, and I was like, okay. You know what I'm saying? Evidently he don't like Victor. But see, back there in the day, before I got into this in my journey, I'd already only ran into Mayday because, you know, I bumped into that. So he already became something high on my list. Remember, I didn't have anything off of Mayday when I saw Mayday. Because if I would have got some, I would have been able to breed Amber to Mayday. You know what I'm saying? Why, we was already up there. But he was set to go. So, you know, my opportunity, once I didn't get the puppies out of Apache and Amber, that gave me an open breed, which gave me the privilege to breed Red Ace to Mayday. And that's how Rat came along. Like I said, we went to Puerto Rico when those puppies, that night of the match, we was 90-day-old puppies. She spent 4 weeks on them. We took them off and got her ready. 8 weeks later, we was in Puerto Rico. So by the time we get back, you know, the puppies is getting older. And, you know, these puppies is fired up. Brat and little Mayday, they hitting shit at 8 months old like they ready to hit grown dogs. They was a little wild little pair of dogs. So I got to feeling pretty high on my Mayday stuff. Keeping in mind, I have Little Buck on the yard. You know, I got Yellow Buck, Miss Nick on the yard. Then I have Mayday and Red Ace. And I'm looking at these dogs, and I'm pretty happy with what I see. Especially the little brindle male named Little Buck. You know, we had an opportunity that when we started with Brat, you know, when she started, because Brat, we was out with Brat by 18 months. You know, by 18 months, we heading all up to Tennessee, all up in Georgia, all up in South Carolina with Pretty Mama and Brat. We haven't moved to Florida yet. By the time we left and headed to Florida, I'm only coming with Brat and Pretty Mama, you know, and they're one-time winners. So it was like, now Jesse and them's here, and I got a chance to see certain dogs. You know, I'm down there in Miami. I'm seeing Annabelle. I'm seeing Dixie. I'm seeing Yellow Buck, Nico. You know, just the hardcore. And now what they showed me is what I really didn't get a lot of up north in Ohio, in the Detroit area. We didn't have too many Latinos, you know what I'm saying? You know, in our zone, put it like that. You know, and they, to me, it just showed, you know, a whole nother level of their dogs, because now I'm starting to pay attention to their dogs. I got one. I got Mayday on the yard, and I have Little Buck on the yard. Yellow Buck on the yard. 2 grand champions. 2 grand champions is coming with great breedings. I'm not a dummy to the paperwork by now. I'm a James Pope student, so I know what I got on the yard. And the one thing that really caught me was before I ever started thinking about anything, and this is when I'm talking about when I got up with Jesse knowing about Yellow Buck, and I'm already dealing with Mayday, you know what I'm saying? And I got that breeding off with Mayday. I was saying, I'm going to put those 2 breedings together. I always never talked about it to none of them. Not Jesse, not Hardcore Mike, because Hardcore Mike, he with Jesse. So I don't think they was too keen with Victor, period. Maybe Victor was picking up steam, and maybe when we was out there winning with Brat, we didn't know nothing about Lou Kane was out there, you know what I'm saying, along with Brat. We didn't know them, but by being around Jesse and them and getting into the Florida, backstreet, it was like I eventually ended up meeting, Deep South, which it in itself took off in a great relationship. So I got a chance to see all these great kennels. And one thing that I'm gonna be able to, I can tell y'all, if I can only, tonight I'm just starting with this Stone City. Now, out of all the people that's been on this show, and in the long run, we're gonna go back through them for a lot of the people who never really got a chance. So let's solidify the people that I have come on our show. These aren't people that, they have a history and we just went out and grabbed them. The guys that we brought on this show, like Triple M, Mau Mau, okay, Shady Days, and Sniper, you know what I'm saying? Gotta Eat, Bakari, Rasta Man, these are Mr. Garcia. These are bulldoggers to me. Even with Fat Bill dropping in on the chat when his presence used to be, appreciated. These are still guys that, when y'all say, where my place in all this is, you know what I'm saying? I'm even happy just to be on the list. I never, again, if I'm a modest man, look who I'm being modest to. Never heard me ever jump up there and say I was good as Hardcore or Stone City or Mama or Triple M or McNasty or the Abrahams. When y'all start wanting to plant me in a section, let me plant me for y'all and show you guys these are the kennels that I can bring on this show, and they know who I am. So when they give me praise, you know what I'm saying? And don't need too much of y'all, thumbs up when that been given that long time ago by those guys. Because those guys really mean something to me, because I couldn't ever see myself. If I had the opportunity to be up there in that, where they could accept me there with that kind of, because I did my homework, that's all I need. Their acknowledgement, didn't ask for it. You know what I mean? I took it as an honor, and I accepted it because of who they were. And every single one of these kennels, y'all, had a grand champions, you know what I'm saying? And got me in the game where I got the chance to see all the other ones. Missing Link, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, Deep South, and look at all the dogs that they had. I got a chance to see 187 Laz and them, Annabelle go, and it's just, this is the Latino section. Nothing like when we up in Detroit, when we running with the Michigan, the boys coming out of Chicago, Cleveland. Don't forget about the guys in Buffalo and New York. Down here, the Latinos and the brothers, they came up with them yellow dogs. I would have to say Mr. Link was using the deadlift stuff. That was making noise. You had Deep South making noise. You had Laz making noise. You had Latin Connection in them. They were making a little noise, but they hadn't really got the blunt of things. You have Bam Bam, Twisted Little Mate brother. His name was Bam Bam. That was Twisted Little Mate brother. He was just like Barracuda, another unrecognized 5-time winner. So these were great dogs. And this was all in the doing of Stone City. And the thing I liked about really Stone City and coming up with Mayday dogs, and I have Stone City dogs on the yard. No, we still hadn't put them together, but I had to make him. Nico, first Yellow Buck. Let's go take a look at Yellow Buck. I know a lot of you guys, some of you may know him, some of you may not. But these are dogs that I actually seen. And it's the breedings and the way they based everything that they was doing on a combination of dogs. A combination. You see that foot right there? That foot looks great compared to if you actually seen it when he was literally standing there. They have funny feet. But he was one hell of a dog. Now, me being a paper man, I'm looking at it, and I'm looking at his paperwork, because it was in the journal. And that was what made me pick up the phone and call Puerto Rico. And from that connection, that's how they were telling me about their 4-time winner, and that didn't scare me with Red Ace, so that's what started to travel. And life changed. But look how he's bred. And all that is to me, this might be different because in Mayday we got Hollingsworth. But you best believe in that Hollingsworth, we got a whole bunch of this. So we all in a direction, and then I'm still dealing with this. Not only in yellow coming off of Austin Baby, but I have Mayday coming off of yellow. I have Red Ace being bred to Mayday. And she is a red boy dog, Yellow John. Even though she had yellow in her, she was a majority Yellow John dog. So, to me, this is a foundation for me. If you're looking at it the way I was looking at it back then, this was a foundation for me with both of those dogs on my yard, Mayday and Yellow Buck. I'm talking about I have dogs off of both of them. And these guys can't stand each other. I ended up with her. I'll show you guys later on. I ended up with her. You'll see her even being bred to a son off a little buck. But I had her. And this is from the second breeding. As you see what it says about her. But the thing is, I had the brother first. That's him. look how he's bred. We ain't even talking about Mayday right now. We talking about, I just didn't have a Mayday dog on the yard. I just didn't have a Mayday dog on the yard. I had this on the yard at the same time. This is what he let me come home with. And it still falls in play with me because I'm still dealing with Jeep. Look at Miss Nico. Remember, I wasn't far off of the Jeep dogs, y'all. Remember, I had the triple bred Jeep, bitch. Remember, I just had Shirley and Bosco. You know, so these were not like they weren't unfamiliar dogs. Remember, I have Amber, so I'm really Yellow John. So everything was like, you know, coming into, like right into my lap. And when I tell you, Lil Buck worked out, he definitely did work out. See, by the time that I started messing with this chick here, by the time I got to this right here, this dog right here was like 13, 14 months when she came in heat. "13, 14 months. She was still, it was her first heat. Didn't have but 2 puppies, her and a chocolate male. And when she came in heat, I made a decision. We'd already been looking at Lil Buck. We said before we take Lil Buck out, we gonna breed this man. We gonna breed him. And we took Lil Buck and bred to her. Jesse had a fit. When I told Victor I bred to the Lil Buck, Yellow Buck, Miss Nico dog to, you know, Lil Mayday, his daughter, first thing he was like, no, you didn't. You know, Jesse took it a little bit more serious. No, man, why you do that? Man, if I knew you was gonna do that, man, I would have never let you get that little puppy. Yeah. Yeah. So they was both like a little irritated. They was. Remember now I done made the breed. Now I got to have the puppies. I had the puppies. Now they got to grow up a little bit. Don't know what I'm going to get. But let me tell you, 8 weeks in to them puppies on the ground. 8 weeks in to them puppies on the ground. I knew I was on to something. I knew I was on to something. Because that offspring gave us something to work with. And that played a real big part. Damn. Where'd I go? I didn't move something around. Oh, it was all sassy, okay. I'm trying to get back to a little bit. Okay. Yeah, those puppies, there they go. There's Yellow Day. The only one, there's a female missing, and there's D-Day. There's D-Day, he's not on there. And a little Brenda female, she looked just like Awesome Baby. She's not on there. But it was 6 little puppies. And I said by the time they was 8 weeks old, this one here had to go on the chain. Because he came right in, going in the back stifles. I mean, right off the back. Right off the back, he was a back stifle, hot little puppy where we had to put him on a chain. And it wasn't far long after that. Let me tell you the two slowest ones that did not go, the last two that went on the chain. I don't know, this thing is moving so slow. Him, this one, and I'll put this one up there for me. And that one. The two yellow ones. The two yellow ones, even though all of them was going like clockwork, these was the last two that could live with each other. Everybody else, straight nutcase. Remember, them was the yellow guys. This one here, bucko, red brindle, like yellow buck. This one here, red brindle, like yellow buck. Let me see if I got a picture of him. There you go. Straight nut. I guess it'll change over here in a minute. There you go. Nope, I got Yellow Day's picture up there. I definitely got a picture of Yellow Day somewhere. But he was the first one on the chain. He ended up getting stolen. When I told you those people was hitting my yard, they stole Yellow Day. Bucko ended up down in I think, Louisiana area. The guy never used the going hard name. He always used, you'll find him in a pedigree, it'll have Bayless's Bucko. There you go, Yellow Day. This was the first one that went on the chain. You can almost look at him and tell that he had a problem. Because he was a nutcase, y'all. They got away with a good one when they stole him. They knew, he was a nutcase. But the dogs that came off of these dogs, the first cross is these dogs right here. And the success that we had off of these dogs makes me always think about, I kept going. Not only did I stop, I didn't stop there. I went back, I'm in with Jesse. I kept on going. Then I got up with Mike. And then I got up with Pro Set. And this is when I started collecting Stone City dogs. And I told you I had Sir Kale. Yeah, I had Ugly on the yard. I'm going to pull up Ugly's pedigree. Okay, that's Ugly. Now imagine, y'all, I had her on the yard, and I told Jesse he had to come and get her. But this is what I had on the yard, and I didn't want to keep her. Jesse didn't want he didn't want to take her back. Yeah, she produced some dogs. Remember, she ended up going to Evolution. I put her on a plane. He told me where to send her, and they took care of getting her there. But yeah, she was a cold dog, and she really didn't look. I mean, to me, this picture here gives her justice. It really does give her justice. But not only was she a cold dog, she barked like for no reason. You know, and by her barking, she kept everybody on the rile up. But, you know, when I think back and look at it now, you know, and if I had to do it all over again, I wouldn't have never let her go off the yard, or I wouldn't have never sent off Sarah Kale. Remember, I had both of these dogs on the yard. And the tripped out thing about that was, you know, when I look back at it, with the dogs that I had, May 2, Buck Rogers, you know what I'm saying? Still had Red Man off of CD, Cock Diesel and Sassy, Nico and Sassy, Nico Jr. and Sassy, Lil John, Bread and Sassy, you know, Bozak. Powder, yeah, Powder off of Beetlejuice. You know what I'm saying?
Her and Pretty Mama.
Yeah, her and Pretty Mama. Yeah, the Pretty Mama. Beetlejuice and Pretty Mama. I mean, I had the combination, y'all. I mean, when you look at the yard and the pedigrees that was sitting on the yard, and then I'm tagged in with Deep South. Now I got Twisted on the yard with the Luke Kane. And he got some yellow buck in his stuff. Yeah. Champion Max. Hold on, I get you up there. I had two of these on the yard. A male and a female. On top of all them other dogs, I had even two of these on the yard. All at the same time. I'm out there on the farm. Two of them. These are the ones that I was talking about. I was driving down the highway and the people had to blow me, you know, pull up on me and tell me the dogs was in the back in there fighting. And I pulled over and looked back there, and I mean, they is in an all-out war. I mean, they moving around in there like they inside the pit. But yeah, one got stolen. And the female just died on me one day. This one day I came out and she was just dead. Don't never know what killed her. You know, probably the same thing that killed Buck Rogers. It could have been a snake out there. But, you know, these dogs right here, they came home hot. This whole litter was hot. There was no doubt at an early age that, you know, it's just a matter of who's going to make the team. It's all that mattered. And just as a fact, this dog was a grand champion. They did him when he was way too old to be done. And what they did him with was a great dog. Cochise. You know, Cochise. And it went over 2 hours. So that was a good match in itself. But he was an old dog. He didn't quit either. But just imagine, guys, I had a male and a female out of this very litter. And you see how we started collecting more and more. Now you're starting to see this happen. All because of what everybody saw that one day out of them 8 little puppies. Out of them 8 little puppies. And there were different versions, because now you got processed champion sugar. Look at her breeding. Cock Diesel. I wasn't doing nothing. I didn't touch that. I don't know.
I don't know if y'all can still hear it. Hold on, we got to do a reboot. Okay.
All right, guys, we're back. Give a chance to y'all just to make sure everything back on point, guys. Can y'all make sure y'all give me a thumbs up? You sitting there watching the game, man. Take your phone with you and watch the phone. Okay. All right, fellas. All right, guys. As soon as I see the thumbs up, I know everybody back. We got caught up in the freeze up. Okay, I see a thumbs up. I know I'm back. Okay, this right here, this one's Naya. I got this one from ProSet. And the reason why he gave me this one, he sent me her, is because he made a breeding I that's not the right one.
While we're doing that, let me give my quick shout outs to my main man, 517 SEK. What up, fam? Big shout out to Mr. David Morse, longtime supporter. What up, fam? Yo, Pipewater in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to Arrowhead Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. Lee Marshall in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man Yellow One in the house. What up, fam? Okay, that's it.
Yeah, reason why he gave me Naya, I had bred Sassy to date the snake, and it didn't take. So they actually owed me a breeding. And me and him was talking one day, and he said he wanted to breed Sugar to Jake the Snake, and I said, well, they owe me a breeding. And he said, well, I told him, you can get the breeding they owe me. And he made the breeding. And when the puppies came along, he offered me one of those puppies. And I told him, no, I'll take the puppy off of Nico and Sugar. You know, and he only had one little female. And he told me, you can get her. And he sent her to me. And that was Naya. It's a little slow, guys. I don't know why this thing is moving slow, but it'll catch up. Close some of these windows. I'm clicking on it. Let me close some of these windows here. I know y'all look at them like, damn, what's up going, Dose Twin? Did it finally come up? Okay, there she go. And maybe I would start moving a little faster. But yeah, I ended up because I wanted to stay with these dogs. Then I had one off of Bozak. Not only did I have one, I had her. And when I bred Pretty Mom and the Bozak, and we didn't have any puppies off of Bozak, I got me a puppy off of Bozak, bred to Little Buck's Little Mate's sister. We'll see if she's on here. There she go. Yep. It was off. This dog right here was bred to Bozak. See how she's bred. And her name was Wonder. Let's see if I can pull her up. Oh, damn. I ain't put it there. But yep, that's her though. Yep, I had her. So you see, you could damn near call me Stone City. You know what I mean? And that was, I hadn't even started putting them together, like starting to breed Twisted into every one of them. Yeah, I took Twisted and bred into Naya. I took Twisted and bred into Baby. You know, I just did a whole lot of breeds with them. I had Cock Diesel puppy off of Sassy. Mad, that was during the time I was just getting ready to start getting, backing off some dogs, and Mad took, got him one off of May 2, Bread 2. The dog was off of Cock Diesel and Sassy. So I had a lot of Mayday, Stone City in my yard. And it was definitely entertaining because our good dogs were good dogs. Okay, hold on. Glasses. Oh, shit. Okay, I'll be right with you guys. I'm catching up. What's this girl, man? No, it's not good. Okay, we back. Not yet, but getting there. They're coming back again. Okay, fellas, we back. Okay, this before we blinked out system overload. That's twice it did it tonight. I was turning to Wonder, guys. That was Wonder. Make sure everything batted back up. Okay.
14.
Oh Lord. Okay, we back, right? Okay. Now this is Wonder, y'all. Y'all, as you see, I'm still using a lot of Yellow Buck, Miss Nico stuff off of Bozak. Got that one because my Pretty Mama and Bozak didn't have pups, so that was another one that was given to me. Then her little maid sister, we ended up breeding May 2 back into that stuff, and that's where Brick and Carnivore and them came from. So as you'll see, I used a whole lot of Stone City. You know, I made breedings that didn't even, again, I made some breedings that didn't take. That, if they had it took, it would have been nice. But one of the breedings was when I had Sir Kale, I bred her to Buck Rogers. And like I said, I think I showed that. Not a lot, but I did have it on here a few times. But you see, with the Stone City dogs that I have, I just didn't have Mayday dogs on my yard. based on the breedings that I was making, you'll see. That's Sarah Kell and Buck Rogers. Didn't take. Looking forward to that one, but that one didn't take. Would have been nice if we could have got something out of it, because Sarah Kell, she could produce too. Step out of that for a minute and give you another one. And put up another one that didn't. And here's another one that did not take. Hold on. Let me get this in here and put it in before you can see it. I get on a better open screen. Because I believe the Stone City dogs to me, were just as good as the Mayday dogs. Another breeding that didn't take. You see that little female right there? See them little funny feet? You notice they all got them little funny feet. They had the Stone City feet. That was definitely a characteristic. But look at the breed. And as you see, those are breedings that didn't take. So I wasn't just the Mayday guy, you know what I mean? I just wasn't a Mayday guy. I was definitely a Mayday Stone City guy. But I was really grabbing onto the Stone City stuff because they showed me consistency. They were these dogs were being consistent. I liked what I was getting. You know, I like what I was getting. But don't be for these crosses. I'm still throwing Mayday on top of all this Stone City stuff, and I'm still coming out straight. They're still giving me match dogs. And I felt like the combination, you know, of the Mayday Stone City was just almost like a replica, but I was really dragging on the Stone City side of it because they had really good consistency. Their dogs was real consistent. And that's why I kept injecting it in every possible way I could. And I think the Jeep part of it just kept falling into play for me. People, I'm telling you, I honestly believe, and this is coming from me, the Buck, Yellow, Jeep, Honey Bunch, and Awesome Baby was the key factors to these dogs, to me. Because you look on the registered merit list, I would honestly say there was a bunch of damn dogs that got a whole lot of traits that they carry. You know, they carry. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you got those dogs sitting up there, the ROM up there at the top. That's what I was stuck on. That's why I believe that this is why this shit is working. Because each one of these lines of dogs had a pure consistency of reproducing match dogs. You know, there was this, they had their yard stayed in the box, put it like that. They stayed in the box. You know what I'm saying? Now, there's a big difference when you see that not only were they able to do it with their own dogs, their dogs were able to do it off the Stone City yard. You know, all these great dogs were just not now coming off of Stone City. You know, we was getting our hands on them. These dogs was producing for us. And I think the part of it that really stood out, that really helped us out, I just believe it was in all this Jeep. In every one of these lines, you're gonna keep finding a lot of Jeep. More Jeep. Honey Bunch. Yellow. Buck. That was the key factor for me. And everybody carried a genetic pool of producing. Everybody had a genetic pool. All these dogs right here, everything over here carried a genetic pool. There was no reason in the world. You know, and these were great hits. If I could have got some puppies out of them, because she went on to be a great bitch. Oh, was she a one-time winner? This is the dog that had that remarkable mouth. Just imagine if I could have got that cross, you know. But I did get the chance to breed a brother. Look at him, looking just like Nico, goofy. I swear he looked just like Nico. Yes, he was a bad boy. That goofy boy right there was bad. But when it comes to that consistency, like I was saying, that consistent. There's only 2 puppies in the litter, and both of them were match dogs. So imagine if I'd have got that litter out of Buck Rogers and those dogs. It would have been something nice. So when it came down to Stone City, when you see Macho Buck, and y'all see a lot of that, because a lot of these dogs, you know what I'm saying, Baby, remember Baby went on to be a registered mare. You know, she produced some good dogs. You know, the array of dogs that came out of that, and the factor that Stone City played in all this. You know, as everybody can see, I was doing more Stone City moves than Mayday moves. But I was being honest to the game because I kept Mayday all around. I grabbed me some hardcore. Hardcore is a great kennel. You know, you go down to planning them, they look like Stone City. You go messing around with Mayday, I'm messing with Mayday. Mayday looking like Stone City and hardcore. 3 top kennels just staying in the box. 3 top kennels got everything in common. Yellow. They winning. Dog of the year right here. Dog of the year from them. Dog of the year right there. All 3 of them. Shit. Mayday, he had a couple dogs of the year. Dominant lines of dogs. And we was winning just like them. So when you start talking about, you know, this is what was going on the yard. This is why we were producing good dogs. It's in the formula. Look at what I was doing. Look what I was using. It wasn't luck. You know what I'm saying? That's why you hear me talking about Stone City today and how important they were to our breeding program. You know, not only my breeding program, but look how famous those dogs became. Let's go pull up Grand Champion Miss Luca. Another great dog. When everybody hanging around everybody, you know, and you know, it's noticed, like I said, y'all notice, look who ended up with her. Who could imagine years later this would happen? And not only did that happen, history being made. The very Kennels that could not stand Mayday. Him or Victor, Mayday, none of that. Yet he's the one. They're the one that made even bigger history with Miss Luca. Look at all those grand champions, y'all. Right down the line. First in history. Yet the very people who could not stand the dog, could not stand the Kennels, they couldn't get along. In time. All based off the twin doing that one little move that created Macho Buck, Miss Luca. Who would have thought? What if I hadn't never done it? What if they hadn't never got a chance to see why I done it? Oh yeah, they got mad because I done it. But when they saw what I got when I done it, everybody started doing it. Remember, I'm in contact with all these people. So yeah, I can honestly say, yeah, I was fortunate. No, I don't grab pedigrees and pull these up here. These are the people that I was involved with. These are the people that, you know, when I sit down and study what I was doing, this is what they were doing. This is what they were doing, and look what they was getting. Remember, we all ran together, Stone City, Hardcore, and Going Hard. Everybody was doing something, but everybody was producing dogs. Everybody was being active. Everybody was, you know, support moves being made, you know. And man, I could go on and on. There's other dogs. Like I said, Carnivore. You know, she was a good one. 10-4, a good one. Pharaoh, good one. These are all Stone City crosses. You know, we grabbed them on our red book because we're throwing Pretty Mama inside those crosses. Now we have Mayday, Stone City Hardcore, and Beetlejuice, Windy City. Match dogs. But key pieces was the genetic pool of dogs that are able to literally produce match dogs at a high percentage. And that's what I was getting. I was getting what they were getting. You know, and to me, that played a big part of what was going on, you know, for us, you know. And that's why when I say that and share that with you guys as a major importance, a major piece of importance, is because of that genetic pool. Every one of those guys picked up ROMs. Every one of those guys picked up champions and grand champions. And, you know, through my time and my work and what I seen on my yard, I never even got close to their plateau. But I put it like this: by doing what they was doing, maybe a step ahead of them as a footnote, because without Ramel Buck didn't pop up until I bred Yellow Apache. Go back and look at Ramel Buck, and you can almost see hand in hand. Yes, I knew competition kennels too. You know, they were from the Detroit, Michigan area. So, you know, that's from that move right there. This is where Sherkel met up with Champion Ramel, and that's where Champion Ramel Buck came from. Almost a duplicate breeding of the breeding that created Bebe and Buck Rogers in them. Duplicate breeding. The Bruiser Stuff cross into the Stone City cross with the Mayday is what created Ramel Buck. And this is before Macho Buck and them. So these were crosses, man, that they definitely showed their trueness. They definitely showed their trueness. You know, and I always say it's in taking the best to the best. Best to the best. I'm about ready, Mike. We're going to finish him out. Hey, I'm taking on questions if you want me to answer questions.
Somebody said Yellow Man and Bishop doing well in Chicago, same concept.
Yep, they're following the same breed. Yep, you're right.
I see you, Rose. You're right. Same concept. If it worked back then, all you got to do is have the right dogs. Yellow Man, Bishop, doing well in Chicago, same concept. Actually, same concept would work today.
Yes.
You know, we got a lot of that. We got that Yellow Man also. So
yeah, we using Yellow Man big time. Over here, we still crossing it with the Mayday stuff.
Mike Brown said, what did the Stone City dogs bring to the table?
Match dogs. Consistent. Consistent of their own dogs. You know, what they brought to my table was match dogs.
What we added to it was
the killer shit.
Like they did.
Right. We added this kind of stuff. And that's the same, that kennel that had them was the VBKs, the same one that had the Harvey Wallbanger, Varel brothers. She was out in Cali. You still see there's Little Buck. There's the Mayday, there's the breeding. She's from that litter, that first Mayday Stone City breeding, this breeding right here. The killer, the bite came from here. He asked me about Stone City.
Yeah, but they brought the match dogs.
Right. But Ace, right. This is the key piece to what set our dogs different. Because this right here, with all these dogs carrying producing power of that genetic strain, is like he kept getting injected into that stream that he kept showing up all the way down through here. All the way down through here. He showed up all the way down through here. Why? Because that's Brat's brother. All the way down through here. We didn't have long fights. These dogs weren't going long. See, you know, they had good dogs now. Not taking that away from them, but the difference between their dogs and our dogs was finishing shit. Buck Rogers finished shit. What a Day finished shit. Red Ruby finishing shit. You know, these dogs were different. Little Jimmy. To 38 Special. These are all champions. They had a touch of something of that shit in them. And I think, like I said, it's the potency of, it's just too many dogs in there that had a reproductive trait. They all were producers. They produce higher levels of dogs. Even when you bred them together, I'm getting definitely different levels of dogs, y'all. My level of dogs that I'm getting is definitely different levels of dogs. Not saying that everybody make the team, but those who make the team, oh, they're going to be hard to whoop.
Big shout out to my fam. Scratch Line News in the house. What up, fam?
Yeah, they did a lot of good work, too. A lot of good work. Scratch Line, what's up, man?
Rose said that Stone City's Jesse James for produce.
Yeah, well, I can say he produced. Yes, he did. I just never got anything off of him to be able to say that, you know? I mean, that was one of the major reasons, you know, things got bad, you know, because of Jesse James. You know, that was the downfall because I didn't get anything out of him when I'm standing there breeding to him. I got to him at the wrong time or something because everybody was getting something off of him, you know, when ain't nobody standing there. But there's Jesse James right there. Look just like Bucko and them. Look at them. They don't look like nothing major, right? They really don't. When you see them, they really don't. Let me tell y'all something. Them dogs is bulldogs. Them funny looking dogs is bulldogs. They ain't gotta see no big head. Them dogs got funny heads, funny feet. You can get them stronger than a rock though. But they're just not like you'd be just surprised when you see them. But look at that breeding. There go baby again. Yellow buck, Miss Nico. See that? That's the very same thing that I bred that produced the first Mayday cross. That little male I bought back from Puerto Rico. First indicator there's going to be some shit on the ground.
Chico Nichols said, twin, what other crosses go with Mayday or Nico dogs? Garner, Nicorino, Handicap?
Well, the way I see it, I like what Deep South did when, you know, and you give me some, like Yellow Man and them, you know, they start crossing the Yellow Man stuff into some banjo stuff. You know, they started heading back towards the Boyles dogs. You know, the Boyles dogs is a good way to go if you want to go searching and trying something. You know, other than that, if you notice, everybody stayed to the pattern. There wasn't no other crosses, but you know, once you get a hook, why change? We had too many other dogs. Remember, this stuff right here, it went on to produce Macho Buck and them. But before Macho Buck and them was really doing it, this was already out there. Remember, Baby and them was already throwing dogs. You know what I'm saying? And I say that because it was shortly after they saw those puppies that the Blondie Mayday breeding produced Macho Buck and them was the breeding that came after we did that with Baby. And that was after everybody saw those puppies. But he is. Mm-hmm. But Macho's mama is from that litter. Blondie and Mayday. And then let's see if Jesse produced. I know he got 3 pages of dogs, and there was a whole lot of puppies coming out of there. Yeah, they was. I'm telling you, they was getting dogs. There go Nelson's hot rod. That's a Boyle's cross. Now, as you can see, there was a lot of those breedings. You know, we didn't went 2 pages. They'd be looking good, you know, on paper. See, I never got a chance to cross none of my stuff. Here's one right here. And that's a champion right there. Yeah, this is Deep South move right here. But they bought one back. I think her name was, damn. Yeah, let me pull up Mary Bobby Lou because they came back with one. There's a littermate to this dog. And you'll find that in Max. One Proud Mary. Damn, what was her name? I forgot her name, guys. But it was off of Luke Kane. No, it was off of Yellow Buck and Clean Mary. That's what it was off of. Yellow Buck and Clean Mary. Let me check that one right quick. She should have bred to a lot of them. But when Deep South had traded Luke Kane, they got this one. They made this one right here. That's her. Goofy girl. But as you can see, what you're getting, them is what I call producing. That's what I call producing. I wasn't the only one stuck on that pattern. Look at their pedigrees. You see what I'm saying? Stone City Dogs played a very significant part. And Yellow Buck didn't even get a chance to even begin a great breeding career like Mayday because Christmas Day he got hit by a garbage truck. So his you wouldn't even believe he was just as good as producer as Mayday because he was. Very much so.
Big shout out to my man. Welcome to the Shark Tank, Prophet Google. Glad to have you, fam. Scratchline said STP don't get enough credit for the RBJ Boyles cross. He's shaking his head. Complete dogs and phenomenal athletes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yep. And you will find him in Max. You find him in a lot of good dogs. Don't forget, we still had what's the name was out there? Black Ice. Black Ice. He had a good one. You know, you see match dogs, that's for sure. You know, I just say Stone City paid a major factor in a lot of this stuff, and it probably could have happened long. But I think that the power mate was when the Stone City dogs started crossing into the Mayday dogs. That brought more buck dogs to the equation. You got 357, started stepping into those dogs, as you can see, producing. Don't forget Macho Buck producing, showing his true prospect in producing. But just keep in mind, that's two dogs that you see bred into a Stone City dog to produce some good producing dogs.
Big shout out to my man Darrell Miller. What's up, fam? He says, salute to the panel in the chat. Twin, if you don't mind, pull the mail up for me. This is a line of Bolio Tombstone, Stone City, Kennels.
This is another one. 357. Yep, she beat that killer Cali bitch. Bitch was claiming couldn't be whooped. See that? Again, another Stone City Miss Nico cross.
Scoring alert, score alert. The Buckeyes have scored 21-14. We up in the fourth quarter. Keep you up, folks. Keep you updated as this moves along. You can pull up this one right here, Mom.
You see what I'm saying? A lot of going on here. You know, and I always say, would it have eventually happened? I believe it would eventually happen. It's just that by chance I was able to get all the right people in the right place at the right time to show them 6 little puppies.
8, 9, 6, 9.
We got to pull the trigger on this one. Mm-hmm. I know wherever this is going, I see a homie in there. Real strong, heavy Patrick. Because homie definitely bringing some more Patrick. And I'm saying consistency of match dogs. Mm-hmm. And that was just the bottom. Mm-hmm. Yep. And you remember Mau Mau with Stein and all them with that Sweet Williams stuff. Grand Champion W and Champion Stein. But that's just more Patrick stuff. Double bred him. I like the matchdog consistency in there. You staying in the game. You see how they staying consistent in the game. Win or lose, they staying in the game. They go Nico the Blondie. That's Nico Jr. Yeah, Nico Jr. gonna throw you some puppies now. Cross with Big Red down here.
Rose said, who other than Evo has buck stuff?
Buck dogs. That's a good question. Well, this line of dogs right here, this is a line is I would consider buck dogs that's showing pretty good as far as consistency. You know, if they can hold that together, I mean, there's some nice dogs coming down through there that like not as known or popular in from my time, but you can just tell, that they're working the line and it's showing uniformity in the breeding. That's why they're staying in there with these match dogs. They still keep filling in those blanks. They're not stepping away too far. They're staying pretty consistent. You gotta admit.
Shout out to the Rabbit Man. Shout out to Foe and them. What up, fam?
So my thing is they played a big part in a lot of these great dogs, you know what I'm saying? And still carry the genetics. I could have found plenty more. Like I said, there was Brick, Carnivore. Those were dogs that, they took Connie when, they hit my yard and took the dog. She was one of those dogs that they took on top of the dogs that I had on the yard. And the combination of the dogs that I had put together, there was wonders out there, and I think, as we got further and further away, you still got dogs out there, but the main dogs that I see out there that's anywhere close to what we was doing is dogs like, got Macho Buck in there, Macho Bear, those dogs there, but got to be, there was some out there that consistent wise, he still see him popping up in good dogs. Evo might be still having dogs. I don't fall into the Chico Lopez saga, and I don't grade Stone City dogs in their pertaining to anything that, either one of those kennels do, you know what I'm saying? Because there was just better guys out there with those dogs that was doing real shit. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, they played a significant part in a time of when you had to have really good dogs to win. And there was one of those top lines of dogs out there that was very hard to beat. They were very hard dogs to beat. You had to be a great one. Remember, IBM beat Nico, and that's about the biggest thing he done to me. But it was just the fact that, the dog came to stardom by beating a great dog. I mean, Nico was a very good dog. He didn't look like he was all that, but he was all that. You know, so, you know, shout out to IBM, you know, because that match made him famous. And that's what I believe. But, you know, that's almost like, you know, watching Mayday go through his career and then he lose one. You know, that's how big it was when Nico lost. You know what I mean? Because those at one point, those dogs was just, I mean, funny as they look, man, them dogs, they ain't hard. They very hard to beat. They are very hard dogs to beat. They're very hard dogs to beat. That's why you see so many winners out of them. Anything else, Money? Any more questions, guys? We're coming to an end. I mean, I would take on any questions. No, I don't see.
You know, I notice they talk a lot about STP, but they don't say enough about Super Kennels.
Right. Right. I think they say a lot about STP, but I think Super Kennels, y'all, I'm telling you, there's only but one kennel to me that compares with STP, and it's not Chico Lopez, y'all. I would have to literally say Super Kennels, Stone City Kennels, you know, Hardcore Kennels. When you start adding up the wins and the lines that these kennels created, you know, I mean, with staying power and generational staying power of literally being matched dogs, not going over here in an area where, you know, we can't, you know, verify nothing but a story, but the real deal. These dogs was right here in our face. Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. I hear celebration. I hear celebration.
Ohio State has stopped Texas from scoring on the half-inch line. The house is going nuts. Ohio State scoop and score, baby. Here we go, baby. Hold on, let me deal with this pin-up question. Throwing them. Ask, twin. Hold on, let me get it up here. Twin, how do you think those dogs would have done on the West Coast and places like Texas? Well, we had dogs that won. And we got a grand champion out west and a champion that went out west.
Right.
So that should answer that question.
And then we went out there. Remember, we went down there to Big Thickest Yard with Trina and beat Mallory. And that's Texas.
So yeah, we got around.
They, you know, they ain't no different.
I mean, no different.
First of all, I don't think, you know, to me, you know, you got to get up there and where, you know, there's not a lot of great dogs coming out of, you know, I say Texas is that spot. But you got to remember, anytime y'all get too great, we have to come down there and knock them off their horse. We went down there and knocked off Mallory. You know, what a day went out there and you still couldn't find nothing to stick with her for 30 minutes. The longest the last was 22. Don't forget, we had Joey go down there and beat Texas. You know what I mean? You know, Greaser, you know, it's just West Coast, y'all got good dogs, but majority of the great dogs that we even talking about, you know, we had Lionhead that was down there in that area. You know, when we had Satan, you know, he didn't want a chance Lionhead going into Satan. You know, we, believe me, got guys out there that, West Coast, they had good dogs. But to really find out what you got, because the numbers back then in our time, they didn't have the running numbers that we had, as you see the kennels that were out there. You know, these dogs they didn't sit in one particular area and do all this. We traveled from Texas probably far as we can get. Remember, a lot of times they work their way over here. I mean, Louisiana, Cajun country, we go everywhere. Wherever there's a bulldog, this, wanting to get it in. We don't always got to come here. I've seen a lot of guys. Matter of fact, I've seen boys come from Texas come up there and made Grand Champion Sable a Grand Champion. Remember they bought that bitch up there? She came from Texas. She knocked her off and won her Grand Championship under that 40-minute mark. Skins for his championship. Another Mayday off a Wacko Dog. Coming off a Fatty Girl. For those who don't know who Fatty Girl is, you know what I'm saying? Fatty Girl is the key dog in the Screaming Demon stuff. That means all that lynch shit and all that good stuff, you're going to find Fatty Girl there. The Screaming Demon was from the bloodline of Fatty Girl. Actually, I think he was double bred Fatty Girl. Bred back into some Cool Buck stuff. The same Cool Buck that was literally made to Jesse, who was the father to Champion BJ, Champion Charlie, the dog that was supposed to be going into Tyrone. So there's winning genetics in just those certain dogs that I'm naming, showing you that these dogs could go out and go anywhere. Anywhere. West Coast got to make their way over to the East Coast because the East Coast has got all the action. We can they can meet in the middle. We always seem to meet up because Texas always seems that when they got good dogs, they do get around. Look, you had Big Thicket. You know what I'm saying? You had Thunder Kennels down there. DSK. Do I believe Banjo and BB Red could have survived over there on the East Coast with us? Could Gabe and them been as great as they were if they was playing on the East Coast? They could have. Remember Andy Cap, he won out there on the West Coast. If you ask guys from the Rochester area about Andy Cap, they didn't really think Andy Cap would have made it if he had stayed on the East Coast and was done. But he went out on the West Coast and made it look easy. But a lot of guys, they wasn't jumping over heels when it came to Andy Cap, knowing where Andy Cap came from. But he went out on the West Coast and did very well. Grand Champion Andy Cap. Okay, most of the time when they do collide, I would have to say the East Coast is still running the higher numbers. Not taking nothing away from the West Coast because you had the Varel brothers out there. They had a great line of dogs. I mean, you had Schoolboy and them out there. I mean, you had Beach Boys and them out there. You had some good kennels out there. So, it's just a matter of everything else is a hypothetical conversation. I can tell you about the times that they did collide. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have good matches when you have great dogs. So that was the purpose of the game. If you was on the East Coast and you wanted somebody on the West Coast, I'm pretty sure that we would figure out how to make it happen. And many times those matches happened, What you got there, man? Game over? Okay.
I mean, Prophet Google said, them East Coast dogs are built different. You're right, Google. Prophet Google, because they bred different.
And not only are they bred different, we do a lot of dogs back then. You know, East Coast was breeding and producing and matching dogs. There was a time where things was running. I'm talking about Windy City, Abraham's, Mile, Triple M, Untouchable. I mean, the game's Latin for the Colored Brothers. I mean, from
Church Boys.
I mean, it's East Coast is not an easy place to play. So, you know,
Then you had the Louisiana boys down.
you had that Cajun country, the Kimber and them. I mean, it was Duhan and I mean, them these is Arkansas. Hey, I mean, they was bulldogging out here, guys. And for Mayday dogs to stand out of all those dogs, I would say they weren't the only dogs that stood out. They weren't. Stone City dogs stood out just like the Mayday stuff. Definitely. And the Mayday Stone City stuff stuck out just as much. To me, one of the hardest lines to beat is a Stone City Mayday dog. And I'm going to stay on that. I'm going to stay on that because too many champions, too many winners, they did it on their own and they did it when you put it together. When you start running numbers on the combination of the Mayday Stone City cross, and then you take them and split them up and put them back in their own playground, you're going to have a whole bunch of champions and grand champions found in them dogs. More than you would probably see in any other line. To me, they were dominant lines. Dominant. You know, they was beyond the 90% range as far as winning. You know, I think they were, back then, in my time, they were the dogs. Because you weren't whooping them. These dogs was picking up titles, beating somebody, and you can't keep saying everything that a great dog beat is garbage. You got to give respect where it's due. And there's just too many of them. You can't, there's just too many of them to deny that. There's so many other grand champions and champions that we didn't even speak on. It's got these very same concepts of these dogs, whether it's West Coast or East Coast. East Coast has always been very, very active. And that East Coast consists of from Florida all the way up to Maine. And as far as you can go towards Chicago is East Coast. That is not a place you want to get caught running around in. Because you will get your head chopped off. And when those dogs became great and famous, they ran into some great dogs and they prevailed. It's the only reason we're talking about them today. You know? I still believe that back then, Stone City and Mayday, those dogs ruled the 90s. Too many great dogs out there that came up off of all that stuff, you know. And not a lot of great production. You know, we only had a very few great Mayday dogs that was able to do what, you know, as far as producing a line. And fortunately, we was one of them.
It had a lot to do with the hands they was in.
But yeah, it had a lot to do with the hands that they were in. Yeah. You know, you can have the greatest bred shit in the world. If you ain't doing what we was doing with them, then they ain't gonna have the name that we had. For those who had the dogs that we had and they did the right things with them, you know what I'm saying? They are the names that we speak of when we saying that our going hard line of dogs, you know, was doing what Stone City and Mayday and them was doing too. Maybe not on that level, but I still know what it feels like to see a dog that I bred produce a grand champion. You know, I did produce a couple champions and registered mares. The guys, my proteges, them guys took over and was still able to do the same thing that we was doing. And it was only the combination. You know, that just proves on how dominant those top 5 dogs in the history of the dog fighting world meant to the game. Regardless of how you swing it, how you move it, how you breed it, it's still going to show up. And don't forget, Yellow John has always been there with his son Yellow. So you're going to still have to say Mayday, not only Mayday, you got to say Mayday's daddy, who was Yellow, and Yellow's daddy, who was Yellow John. Those dogs have been in that top 10 for a long time. You can always find Yellow John. He might be getting knocked down a little further, but he was up there. He was up there he was definitely in the top 10. At one time, it was Yellow John, and Mayday. You got, but they weren't the only yellow dogs. You got several yellow registered merits. And again, I always say, the expectation comes from the Red Boy line of dogs. Red Boy has that genetic pool that, you pop into their genetic strain of dogs, they'll carry the best of your shit. They may carry the worst. But the good thing about these dogs, they produce good traits. Red Boy dogs produce good traits.
Now, tell them about them Eli dogs. Now, we had Eli dogs, and they haven't really changed much over the years.
No, there's still good dogs out there. Yeah. You can't just say that, that they're not. But that's let the box sort it out. Back in my time, that's what it was like. For those people that hate yellow dogs or hate the Mayday dogs or hate the buck dogs and all that, hey, you're hating because you can't beat them. These are not 90% club. How many times y'all heard Frisco dog or Eli dog whoop a Stone City dog or going hard dog or a hardcore dog?
Or even our proteges.
Or even our proteges. We've all ran into those Eli and whatever the hell else was trying to go in us. We all were looked to be the victims, but became the victors. You know what I'm saying? Okay? So it's when you got the right dog, it don't really matter where you're from. You know what I'm saying? It's what matters is what he's doing. If you don't feel like, there was all that, supposed to have, back in them days, go get a bulldog and go test the waters. Because one thing did not happen, guys. There wasn't a whole bunch of these dogs out here losing. That's all I'm going to say. We had too many. The game is saturated with a lot of yellow, Yellow John, Mayday. You know what I mean? Walk them all still, Yellow John stuff. There's just an abundance. And then we really willing to get ugly. Damn, Yellow John, let's just stick to Red Boy alone. Because Red Boy is like a goddamn growth tree. He has many branches. He just branches everywhere. Old Family Reds to Mayday to Tab and all the other dogs coming by way. Cunningham's dogs, Boomer. It's Red Boy. Get off the Eli shit. You can get, and the closest thing to Red Boy to me is the Patrick stuff. Because y'all ain't there's no more arts running around out here. Okay, let me just remind y'all. Now we got some sprinkle of hope with the Garner stuff. It's finally starting to pick up steam, but look what we adding. We adding yellows to it. We adding a big ear, some shit that the very shit that's been beating them is the shit we put with them, and they're back to killing shit again. Okay, but this time, with even better ability, because now these dogs are beating shit quicker. They're not giving you. They're back to those days where, if we can get you past 30 minutes, we can get you. These dogs here, they ain't gonna let you get past 30 minutes with them. They have upped the standards, but guess what's in them? Red Boy. I wouldn't give a damn if it's coming through Boomer. You know what I mean? Tab, Tramp, don't matter which way. Yellow, Mayday, Stone City, Hardcore, you know, and a couple more. I got the Body Snatcher. I mean, they're out there. Gameville, all these guys has got them. Guess what? That's a 90% club. When you got a 90% club, when you start looking into that club, you're not going to find a lot of that Eli shit because y'all don't have no more Grand Champion arts. You don't. You don't have, you got Jeep, but you got more the Jeep Red Boy. You know, you're not going to be screaming Jeep on a solo tip. Jeep these days need help. Remember the Masons, they gave Jeep help with Miss Kim, with that famous litter they had. You know, Jeep still has that producing power. That genetic flow of genetics that can take the best of something and be able to carry right along with its own genetics. Jeep has a genetic strain that has gone throughout the years. You know, Jeep has not fell off. When you start talking about Eli and those dogs, you know, Eli Jr. and all them, you know, you better start sniffing around looking for that T-Bud shit. You know, I'm a T-Bud man myself. That's that old Mexican Eli shit. Because that's the only shit that was over there doing what it had to do to keep it real pure when everybody else was shutting down and backing back because it was losing traction. It was losing traction. One day I'm going to go in here and grab a couple of these great matches, you know what I'm saying? I don't like to be bringing up people because then they'll be thinking I'm talking about them and shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, but these are things that, you know, it's part of history that I'll show you some facts. You go in there and you start pulling up Ajax and all them dogs that we was going into. You're going to find all the Eli stuff in those good old North Carolina crosses and little South Carolina crosses and all that shit. But they still were losing to kennels like Stone City, Hardcore, Untouchables. You know what I'm saying? Super Kennels, Vietnam. These kennels was mama. Look, I can keep going on and on and on and on and on. Wasn't nobody's bloodline safe. But the most consistent one that I can speak of was still again the Mayday Cross, Stone City Cross, Hardcore Cross, and I put that in a big umbrella. When I say that, I put that in a big umbrella with everything that I spoke on and everything that came after that, from 9 Milli to Brad to Morocco to Milo and all these, stick them all in that umbrella because they're all part of that genetic pool. All champions, all great dogs. It's really going to be hard to find an umbrella as big as theirs. You know, and if I'm going to be feeding some stuff, you know, I want to be under that umbrella that got all that great shit up under there. I want to be under that umbrella that I can bring in Tab and Red Boy right on in that equation. Can't separate that. You ain't going to tell me you're going to grab your Eli and Jeep because it's sitting over here with Red Boy. No, you leave his ass right over here because we helped his ass. So you leave him here. They worked hand in hand. Why? Because they still had a genetic strain. Red Boy produces yellow. And if you start going from Red Boy all the way up to Lucane, look how many registered mayors is behind each other. Damn near just many grand champions as was Miss Luca going backwards. That's enough to tell you what you need to be working with. You know? If I was trying to find me some good bred Jeep shit, you know, I'm looking over there that Saint Benedict shit. You know, and how they crossing that. You know? That mean the Cunningham stuff is still Red Boy. I mean everything is Red Boy. Anything worth a damn got Red Boy in it. Not taking nothing away. I mean when Tom Gardner start throwing Tramp Red Boy and his name along with the Gardner shit, that's an indicator. That's letting you know. That's a signal to all y'all people that's getting his dogs. You know what I'm saying? Don't fuck with that Red Boy shit, cause he don't like his shit losing. He had to go get him some of that shit. You know, the stand on. He had to get it to stand on. Because, you know, those dogs have still been able to pass the test of time. You know, you're going to still find Fat Bill in those dogs. You're going to still find those dogs still around. There is a genetic pool that's keeping those dogs alive and still being able to be out here and compete and look at those pedigrees and still find those great dog men still there. So it's not like the world is just totally extinguished all those other lines pertaining to those dogs that you're speaking on. Just because Mayday and Stone City and those kennels had so much success. You know what I'm saying? They didn't alleviate nothing. You know, they really didn't dismantle anything. But what they did do, they put themselves on the top of the food chain for us to be able to eat. And for a person to like to eat, you know what I'm saying? I eat good off of that shit. I don't worry about that other shit because if it run into me, understanding I eat good. So that's the key to the matching dogs. You know, that was the whole key. You know, you want to be successful, you're going to have to beat the dogs that they say you can't beat. You're going to have to beat the kennels that they think that, you know, are on a run. But when we get there, are they on a run? There's been many great matches out there, guys, that got knocked off by people like us running around. I don't like to name names because every time I say it, as good pointers, as great as they is, and as much as they scream and holler, like, you know, I don't self-brag, I self-talk. You know, and I really don't put nobody beneath me because I respect every man who gets in front of me. You know, it's for those who stand behind me, you know, they get, you know, you hear the most when you ain't facing it. You know, when you turn around, you know, it's like the game, you know, of chairs. Everybody moving around the chairs, and the man turn around, everybody find a seat. You know, when I turn around and look at all that noise going on, guess what? When I turn around, it's like that game. Everybody go freeze. You know why they go freeze? Because if you bold enough to bring that shit out, we are definitely open enough to take it. And this is not bullshit talk. This is real talk. You know, this is the world of dog fighting. You talking about guys that are matching dogs. Nobody's scared of nobody. Ain't nobody scared of that shit out there. We ain't scared of whatever the hell's out there. What we got to be scared of? We feed this shit not being worried about who can beat it. See, that's another thing that you have to look a little closer into when you're dealing with guys who's matched dogs and had good success, good breeding programs. You know, what? It's nothing wrong with us feeling like we can't be beat. Nothing wrong for those type of killers to believe in what they bring to the box is on another level and has proven that many times. Many times it has been proven. So, you know, it's not like one's better than the other because all it takes is one great Eli dog to step up and come out and start breaking up shit again. And, you know, we'll go gravitate to him and see what his breeding is and see if we can grab some of that. See, we ain't pushing on nobody saying, just because it ain't made in stone, say I don't want that shit. No, I'm looking at all winners. I'm looking at all winners back in my time. I'm going to look at all winners. I bred to all of them. I tried to. Jake the Snake. I was taking shots. I was flinging across the bow. So I don't think there's no difference. And the only difference is activity-wise. I don't think evolution could have survived outside of Texas. Not knocking them, but, and that's just keeping it real. Not especially in the zones when I go, hooty-hoo, look at the people I'm hooty-hooing to. Everybody coming on with bibs. Everybody tucking in their bib. You eat because we are hunters. We don't care. We don't care. We just be glad that you're here. I'm just glad you came, bro. I'm just glad you're here to do this with me. That's how the game goes. But everybody don't go in thinking they can whoop badass kennels with the utmost confidence. I just don't believe that they do. They may, bring a good dog, but it's not too many matches that I've seen that I'm going with the name. I'm sticking with the name. Hardcore going tonight. I'm going to gather up everything I can because guess what? I'm staying with the name. Deep South going, back in my time, I'm going with the name. Yep, and I'm going with the name on my own shit too. And my boys is going, and they got some going hard shit. I'm going with them. I'm going with them. I wouldn't give it down what y'all bring. I know these dogs is going to compete. So that's how I ride. I ride with anybody that's riding with me. And because everybody got a bulldog, you just got to do what you want to do with yours. But I say the closer you are to the source, the expectations should be just as strong coming from that source moving forward. Because if you can't catch that pool, if you can't grab that pool, this really brings a lot of things to the table, which makes that pool such a great table. If you don't make sure that's what you're getting coming out that down well, because it could be poisonous water and you ain't getting shit but sick. Do it and do it wisely and know exactly what you want to do, to make all these things work for you. Any more questions?
They said the brat was nice looking. How big they think the brat was? Can anybody tell you how big she looked?
How big do you think Brad is? How big do you think she looked? Yeah, standing next to Mayday. Yeah. She looked like a pretty big bitch, right? Her top weight was 37. But she was all muscle and mouth. Yeah, just like a little yellow dog, You look at it, he look like a little dog, but he's not no little dog. He's not a little dog. He looked like, I would say he looks like Brat. He's a bigger dog than you want him to be. He doesn't, like Buck. Buck was a big dog compared to old Team Crow. He was a big dog. He was a big dog. When I say big dog, it looked like Brat. Anytime you got dogs that's towering over you like that, you believe me, it's not going to be nice, especially when they're good dogs. In each one of those comparisons that I'm speaking on, these dogs look bigger than they are. And they look bigger to dogs that are really the same weight as them. They still look bigger, and it shows. That's all. Mike. Did I answer that question? Because I sure went somewhere trying to make a
Somebody
point.
said Big John or Mayday.
That's not even a question.
Keith, welcome to the Shark Tank.
That would have been a good one, though. If Victor's already running around in South Carolina, Big John was already gone, but, that would have been nice to see Big John go into Mayday. I mean, it would have been, the pressure would have been on. Barracuda already knocked off Crossroads, so it wasn't like we wasn't invading the Carolinas now. Yeah, I remember Walker all, they probably would have had the arrows pointed on them, like David Tack had the arrow pointed on him with Mayday. Barracuda. That was a South Carolina dog. Shit, Barracuda beat South Carolina twice. He beat Fatty and he beat that dog that David Tack, Cody. So it's not like we knocking South Carolina, because South Carolina, this was the home of the yellow dogs. But this is what it looks like when that yellow shit, that shit that's outside of that area, when they start coming back through there. They coming back through there like we came back through there. We came through there with Pratt and them, and look. We had a couple of them come down through there. Too Sweet. Yep. Roger. I mean, it's all about matching the dogs, man. Everything else is a hypothesis. You know what I'm saying? It's a what if. What about what did? When you go to what did, regardless of where you coming from, real dogmen don't care. We really don't care where you come from. Just be happy that you're standing over there across in front of me. For real. And the more confident you are, I even feel better because, I don't think nobody puts a dog in shape and goes all through all these things to come there to lose.
Your little nephew put up with a pedigree. Scratch line. Hold on, scratch line.
Mm-hmm.
5, 4, 2, 5, 3, 5.
5, 4, 2, 5, 3, 5.
5, 4, 2, 5, 3, 5.
Good looking dog there, Joe Cuz. He won a Gamison show, a bestest show in 25, and he lost at 46. That's a nice breed right there. Oh, I ain't got it. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. There you go. El Chapo.
I think it fell apart on the bottom. I think it fell apart on the bottom, scratch line.
We checking. We got that Eli, we got some Zachariah. Then we got a whole lot of that black shit. I don't know, it was looking good right here. This 8-time winner, this Bollock dog. I'm pretty sure he was West Coast. It looked like a good dog. Yeah, that's a good. I mean, Deloach and them, they ain't nothing to be playing with either. Now they match dogs. Still look West Coast to me. You look like a bulldog now. Don't play with it. You look like a bulldog. He had to go get that shit in there. You see what I'm saying? You see, this is why you don't see a bunch of losses in that black shit. You know what I mean? Because you adding this right here is a whole wealth of good dogs. Whole wealth. Eli dogs being crossed into these dogs is good. I remember a dog that was named 8 Ball. I wonder if this is the same dog. It was back there around my time. I refereed one of his matches. Actually saw him go twice. But that's a nasty line right there. And I always, somebody would just say, well, Twin, what would you think in comparison? You think these dogs would have been able to take on these dogs? I mean, it's still hypothetical thinking. Just know this much. There's a whole bunch of champions and grand champions coming off of these type of dogs that I'm talking about that it probably were Eli dogs, probably were Jeep dogs. I'm talking about these type of dogs right here that can go in out there and win. The one thing about it, if you're being consistent in matching your dogs, you're going to get the answers. You don't have to talk about them because the dog's going to go get the answers for you. And if you can go get the answers through your dogs, you one step ahead of the game. Yeah, I'm with Mike on that. I know the winning, the matches was short because I know that's a pace. Short of the matches was going, you know what it takes to go there because when you start answering those type of questions and these type of matches with these type of dogs right here, you're either gonna win early or you're gonna lose late. They ain't gonna quit. But you playing with a different minefield when it goes to going into them. They just don't usually make an hour. Mike out the bottom. Mike, you said you don't like the bottom, man. The low stuff is not bad though. The family, the family got one. This one out there. The family got some of our shit on their yard. Big shout out to Eric and Henry. What up, fam? Yep, one of these dogs that the family got, they had a winner. I just don't remember who he was, but I know he's in our book. Okay. 910-657. Okay. No, anytime I see a whole lot of boils, we got 26-47 technical foul. That means somebody did something wrong. Nice built animal, though. Mm-hmm. I didn't went to Daddy. Zillow. No, this is some Patrick stuff going by way of Hollandworth, Patrick. You know, that's the double combination. You got the Undertaker up there with the Joe Pirate and them. You know, that's Buck. But all these dogs is Patrick. See what I'm saying? Hold on. See what I'm saying? People point that out. They go that West Penn shit again. Oh, that's what I be talking about. That's that Patrick stuff. Locklear, you know, that's more untouchable stuff right there. You know, there's a whole bottom right there. Look at that shit. Got the boils, a little touch of everything. That's just the bottom. Top. We're going to have some sprinkle shit up in here. But look how it's bred. It's Hollandsworth. Heavy Hollandsworth. And you got that much, when you got that much red, you know, Joe D, and just let y'all know, you know, Joe D up there in Ohio. Just to remind y'all, just so y'all don't forget that. Look at all that Hollandsworth. That's where I'm at. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Look what he got in it though. He got some good stuff in him. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Backstreet now. Got
All right,
bangs.
fam, I love that bottom. I'm still trying to figure out what's up with this top, man. That top ain't matching nothing on that bottom.
I like that bank stuff on there. Got Luke Kane down in there. Stallone. Yeah, it's not a bad one right here. Calito. And then they produced. Anybody want to tell me what the common factor is and what made this shit work? What do y'all think it was? You think it was the top or you think it was the bottom?
I'm always going with that bottom. I know what that bottom consists of.
I'm telling you like I'm telling you. Go after the top. The top is the consistency. The yellow shit. Look at it compared to the bottom. We got boils all down here in the bottom of this. Not calling it boils trash, but it's boils shit. And then you start looking going up towards the front. That's all it continues to be. But you look up there at Calito. Calito worked itself all the way up to Calito. But we still talking about a champion. Let's not forget that. My question was, who is the factor to that champion? You can't do nothing without this down here. So this is automatically part of the equation. You just can't take it out and call it garbage and then just put it all on this dog. I don't want nobody sitting there thinking that's what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is, in these genetics, in the genetic pool, when you look at your pedigree and you're trying to find what in my dog brought me to this dog here, and you got to be true to yourself. I'm going to be true for you. You look at this line up here, knowing that we can't do nothing without this. Not without this. We got Kunta, we got Backstreet Superman, we got Banks. These dogs is not easy to win over. But then when you go up here and you got the link, and you have the link, they was being consistent by just moving these few dogs. See them? We got one here, but we got two here. And then we got consistent. Then we move up. We still didn't fill in. We still filling in. We still filling in right here. Another grand champion. We got a game loser, but we give him 5-time winner as a champion. Okay? And then we go on down here and got another champion. Hey. Read me out all the way. Not only do we got a champion, you see it 1, 2, 3, and then you got 4. And you have any doubt that is not the goddamn top, then you're wrong. Because it is the top.
Keith, I couldn't get your pedigree to pull up. Just put up the number.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, if you're studying and looking for it, that's where you're going to find it. You know what this bought? This right here, I'm going to tell you what this bought right here. Because every one of these dogs, I'll tell you what it bought. Them times. Them times. Say what you want. Them times. Yep, that's the key. The time. Look at the body on that bulldog, y'all. Dog's a bulldog right there standing there. And you will say, Twin, what do you think? What do you think put that dog in that position? You'll hear me say it tomorrow. That top. It's the top. Well, you already know the yellow top gonna get it, but you know, Kunta had a hell of a body too now. Them bull's jaws is built like gladiators. You know, these dogs down here probably had them. If I was getting, pros on this bottom, I know every damn dog on that bottom got a beautiful body. And remember, all it needs to do is just fall in. Look at that. You see that Kunta shoulder, nigga? See that Kunta shoulder? Looking like a brat or a little Mayday. A whole different line of dog. But it ain't. Because all this shit goes back to Patrick. Same shit the goddamn Mayday and all them dogs come from. All that line breeding shit. You're going to see a bunch of it. You're starting to see it already. Patrick Bolio Cross. It's going to be all over the place. Eli is the cross. See what I'm saying? Same shit that created Buck. Same shit created Mayday. Same shit that created goddamn Stone City. It's all right there in front of you. Right there. Same stuff that created the Boyles dog. What we dealing with? Patrick dogs. And then Bolio. You know what I'm saying? So, when you go back and look out there and say, you cannot do without this to make this complete. It's all one big puzzle. But all this right here played a major factor to this All this right here. All this right here helped this up here. This was able to fall in and get the flow. Because the flow's already here, gentlemen. Here. We already got flow here. We ain't got no flow here. We got something to carry us because there's a whole bunch of shit inside this stuff here. Whole bunch. A whole bunch. You seeing Mayday in there. You seeing Big Red in there. You seeing Stallone in there. See, Red Boy. And Scratch Line, that Bring It On dog, that was your dog. I remember him. Still doing that Bolio cross. Remember, I just spoke on this dog right here. This dog right here was a bad dog. Look at his pedigree. Oh, Beach Boy Spiky. Bam! It was show you. I just had to dive in there and show you that Patrick shit. You gotta have it. You give me that Patrick shit. Remember, if you look at Mayday gonna have some Harlem Warby and he's still gonna have some Eli in him. We got Jeep. We still got Eli in us.
Rabbit Man said, "That's it, twin." Erica Henry said, "You're correct, twin."
Thank you. Follow me, fellas. Tell them, man. That's right. Be my receipts. I don't want nobody going home getting rid of their whole yard. Not yet. You never know. But that's the key. If you want to be a successful breeder, you got to understand if you got to first breed for what you want. What do you want? What are you trying to get out of it? And you better go tackle that. You better go tackle that flow. And the most important thing I'm showing y'all is the flow. I kept saying from the very beginning, when we first started looking at this pedigree, like I've been looking at all of them all night, what I've been pointing out, what are major key factors? What's the first place I went to? Was it because of just missing links, Lil John? No. It wasn't just because of him. It's because what they was doing. Boom. 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 Look at that pretty specimen. That's a gladiator. That's a Spartan. You know what I'm saying? Going hard, be tilting his hat to that shit. It's a game build dog. See, they didn't have no going hard shit. They were putting some shit out. They had skins. Hell. They had, no, they didn't have Brick. That was Nelson. Okay. That's right, fellas. Look at y'all. You get to the end of the evening now, y'all slinging numbers. Y'all blowing me away with these numbers because it's like, that's some good ones to throw up. That was a good one. 916? Okay, champion solo, 4-time winner.
This is you, Keith.
First thing I see standing out, I see Ant. That Ant 318 and that El Teacher stuff. First indicator. And then I see Macho Buck up there. They finally got him up there as a grand champion. In very few of these pedigrees, y'all be having Macho Buck still sitting up there like, if you knew the dog and you putting your pedigree up, don't you think you need to be putting the real shit up? But this old regular Evo Macho. No, that's grand champion Macho Buck. Put him in your pedigree. He's in your pedigree and you're going to got him there. A lot of guys wouldn't even know. I don't care about all that. But you should. Don't no need to show it if we gotta point it out to you. It made me believe you wouldn't point it out. You didn't even know the damn dog was the dog. You haven't, you know what I'm saying, money?
I'm trying to tell you, man.
Well, look at here. See, I'm looking at this is the bitch's bottom. Remember, we got two dogs up here in this pedigree put together. So I'm gonna start with the champion Death Valley Kennels, Mr. Solo. $13 $13.26 $36. That hour 13, let me tell you something. He was on a bulldog, y'all. You can believe that. Look at that. You see what I see. Something was back there itching. Something was back there itching. But yeah, it's another good one. There's Macho. There's 357. There's Macho Buck. There's go Ugly. See Ugly? There's Ugly. Ready 357. That's Super Buck. There go Mr. Buck. You know what I'm saying? You got Gambler. Oh, look, triple bred Gambler down there. And then you got the Teflon G-Force. I mean, this bottom here, this is a nice bred dog right here. This is why we got, okay, let's find the common factor. You already know where the common factor is. I just want y'all to know, you know, I'm going to throw an eggshell in there. Going to have you mad at me. Because there's a good point to be made when I throw eggshells. Throw eggshells when I say, y'all missed that. Did y'all really miss that? You know what I'm saying? Let's start with Teflon. Got a nice specimen. That's a female. Get out! Yeah, that Ozzy D. That dog is heavy. Them's match dogs right there. Gambler backed up. This right here saved Gambler. Believe me, if Gambler was breeding the bitches like this is why he made it all well. And that's on some real shit. And you know, this double bred part of him really doesn't hurt. I'm gonna tell you why it doesn't hurt. Damn! Okay, that shit right there plays a big part to why Gambler was outlasting all those great dogs that they was putting him on. You know, some of us, we ain't gonna call foul tonight. We ain't gonna call foul tonight. We're gonna put it on that pedigree. On that sleeper. I mean, these are the little things, man, that when you go look at a dog that's doing this right here, you expect to find some good shit. You're supposed to find it. It's right there in front of you. What do you take away from this? Midget? 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 I rest my case. Yeah. I rest my case. Might check the chat, man. Make sure they understand what I'm saying, man, please. thing when guys be doing all these breedings, and you see me riding so hard on these all whims and champions, and it seems like it just seems like it just don't register enough when y'all send me these pedigrees, and then when you see something like this right here, and you hear me pointing it out, jump clear all around there hollering about Virgil, Virgil, Virgil. But you see how on the first side, let me show you all the trick of what bought that shit here. And look where I'm at now. Look at all that power shit up there.
All that producing power.
All that producing power. That's like we looking at another version of Yellow John. That's the stuff that I'm talking about. If you're going to have a breeding program, a true breeding program, these are like textbook things to look at and be like answering those questions that need to be answered.
It's there. You can't get rid of it once it's there.
Right, you can't take it out. I mean, if it's there and you got results, it's no way that you can say, it would done the same thing without it. No, it wouldn't have. It's not. That's a hypothetical statement you just made. When we dealing with true facts right here to say it's in there and it's still working with it. So you're gonna tell me that it will work without it, but I don't believe you. I don't believe you. There's factors to make it good, but you take the worst part out of it, it's not going to be the same. That's bottom line. That's all I'm saying. Great pedigrees. Teflon, that dog is a couple times bred Teflon. Look at here. He's got him all up in this pedigree here. And that was the bottom. Right? That was just the bottom. Look at this lanky thing here. Look at them legs on that thing. You take him to a dog show, he'll win. But you look at him. Look at how tall that dog is. Look at all them long legs on that dog. Dog got extension cords on his legs. That dog got some long ass legs. But then again, here we go again. I just got done talking about that Teflon dog, and we got him all up here with us. I mean, the same old shit that we clicked downstairs, we got it all back up in here. So we know all this here on down. Okay. All this stuff right here on down this is it. Just don't hurt to have. Because look at this shit. We just got done talking about old ugly. Remember old ugly? There she go. Yes, and I had her on my yard. See, that's the key to making great dogs, y'all. They got so many names for Macho Buck, you don't even know what name is he is. Evolution, D-Town, Chico. Who else? You just don't know. My question is, Still looking for all them ROMs. Yeah. Can he really do what his parents did? This is the breeding right here. But I believe in every one of this shit down here. To me, this is the factor to the shit that worked. Even knowing what we're seeing at the bottom, you gonna have match dogs out of this shit. Generational match dogs. If you keep on breeding them right and calling them right, you can have generational match dogs on a constant. You should be a winner. A winner off of breedings like this right here. I would let her have that on the yard because I'm safe. Remember I said what was the weakest part of the pedigree? I didn't point to the top, did I? I went playing around the bottom, but I said that's not that bad though, because it's definitely got a lot to carry. It carries a whole lot. It carries a whole lot, especially when 3/4 of this is all the same. See that? All this right here is all the same. And all you had to do was add a little bit of this. This right here is the key factor. Say what you want, but I'm going to tell you what it is. That's like adding Grand Champion Ace to a Yellow John dog. That little bit of this little bit of stuff right here carries its own weight of production. Its own weight. It probably was that to take this stuff over the edge and continue on. Remember, we didn't went 3 generations without a winner so far. And if you want to add this to it, we're not doing too good. We're not looking nothing like this stack back here. We didn't start showing up until this starts showing up. Now go ahead and say, yeah, you're right, twin. I see what you're saying. And we play it all in this back here. Over 3/4, this is only at 1/8 right here. All the rest of this is all this right here. And we don't hit the ground running until we get up here. We get up here, we start getting up here. I rest my case. It's not disputable. It's not disputable. Everybody agree with me? You might as well go ahead and start throwing these thumbs up. You know I'm throwing these jewels out here to y'all, breaking your shit down, showing you things I ain't got no business showing you, the interlockings of it. They're gonna make sense to you when you really take the sense to use it. Not paper dressing, that's for damn sure. Not 13, an hour and 13, 26, and 36. This dog is getting busy.
I appreciate that, Shark Tank, y'all. That's the way you close out the night. I'm just telling you, that's the way you close out the night.
Oh yeah, Death Valley Solo. Yeah, he's definitely up for a running. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that work right there. Look at them legs. He looks sore. Bulldog. Treadmill times, boy, they're looking good. Firm available.
Big shout out to everybody who presented them pedigrees, because all it did is help us prove a point.
Sure did.
Good dogs is where you find them. Bullshit.
No. There's a trick to this shit to have that real shit. There's a formula to that shit, because we still putting up great bred champions. And I've been able to point out factors in every single one of them. The factors that led them to that water.
Somebody says, click on Lady Charge.
You're gonna go into some heavy traffic there. You got, look, you got boots right here. This is yellow here. See, battle charge and this T Walker stuff. That's the damn near a makeup of Mayday right there. The bullshit dog, he's like a Jocko. The bullshit here, this is Jocko shit here. But this T Walker stuff right here, that's Patrick. Look at that shit. You already know we're going. That's Eli Patrick.
We done hit the 12 o'clock mark.
Okay, now. Production problem. I don't know. I've been said this shit before 11 o'clock. I'm still running pedigrees. You the one dived in there. Put this number on, Reese. You know, put this number on, Reese.
Because they putting them in. I'm just saying. You at the 12 o'clock mark. I'm giving you the time check.
My checking is up. We already got dog of the night. Good breedings, good crosses, but this is why. Look at all this shit. Sire to all this other, look at all this stuff with the dog sire. And then you ask yourself why. That's what you're supposed to get. I remember we seen him quit. Yeah, we saw him quit. Hey, but guess what, guys? Thank you for that. Thank you.
Somebody said, damn, twin, why you leaving?
Y'all know y'all wrong.
It's Friday night.
It's Friday. Y'all know y'all wrong. Y'all know y'all wrong. We'll be kicking up there 4 o'clock in the morning. Y'all still doing numbers. Let's save it for the next show. We continue this. We ain't going nowhere. But I like what y'all doing. I mean, we are studying. I hope y'all see that what I have been saying is true. Even in your pedigrees you're sending me, y'all are giving me validation that I've been telling y'all and showing you. And you guys are starting to throw it up here and showing me what you're catching, and you're putting up the right shit to be showing me. That's for damn sure. And you're giving me shit that's relevant to talk about, and I appreciate that. I ain't had to tell nobody nothing wrong with their pedigree all night. So I guess they're learning.
For those who don't know, somebody said, talking dogs. Yes, sir, twins.
Okay, that's it, baby. You dead ass right. And down now that one of these motherfuckers is running up and down tree or right down rail. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't being mean now. It's getting late. I ain't being mean. It's getting late, but I ain't gonna be mean. You're just picking. These is bulldogs right here. And you see how they added that yellow? You gotta see it. When they added that yellow, man, it's like, remember that little eighth I was talking about, how they added Macho Buck? If you notice, you see how they do that? Did you see that little piece right there? Ain't that what they did with Jocko? And when you look at Ambers and them, baby, you know you got that little sprinkle right there. That shit makes all the world of difference. Well, you think it's not a significant part, I guarantee you, this put the gameness. Dog might have lost, but this shit here put the gameness. The gameness. This damn dog went 4 hours and damn near 5 hours. 4 hours and 50-something minutes. Well, I tell you. Shit, I was trying to tell Mike I wanted to do a show on Supernat. Then I'm not Mike.
Yes, sir.
And what do you see there? Red Boy Jocko. What's the major factor? Y'all keep whining that Mayfield shit, but no, it ain't. No, it ain't. Because Jocko don't go no further than where Yellow go. And what's the factor? That Red Boy. You got to give it to him. It's the Red Boy. It's the Yellow John. It's the Yellow. It's the Mayday. It's the Awesome Babies. You see what I'm saying, fellas? You got to just take it for what it's worth. It's the genetic pool. One thing that these traits carry is that production. And they all need help at one point in time. Jocko did not make him an ROM. He made her an ROM. You know what I'm saying? Not taking nothing away from none of this. Mm-hmm. Yep, Apple lost to Molly B. That's the one that lost to Molly B right there. But she come from a strong, long, and Bayfield dog. Goddamn, I mean, look what she produced. But look what she produced and who she was breeding to. Let me remind you guys, I said without Yellow, there is no Jocko. All them are offsprings. Excuse me. I'm dead ass serious. They can hate, but they better relate. They can hate, but they got to relate. We don't use this pedigree to solidify the answer to this story. We use many different lines that we've been talking about all night. The major factors are still being this shit here. This shit here. The Red Boy. Again.
Big shout out to my man Cosmin TV. What up, fam? He said, look who she was breeding.
You know what I'm saying?
Michael Brown said, them battle charged dogs was some game ass dogs.
They didn't have no other choice but to be game, my friend. They didn't. They should have started turning into killers when they started adding this shit. Down here at the bottom, this bullshit dog is nothing. He's another badass dog, but he ran into a deep game dog. No, these lines right here is when old good old boys was putting this shit together. You know what I'm saying? There's a whole lot of gameness in these dogs right here.
Erica Henry said, "Twin, get some coffee. You got 2 a.m. You got 2 a.m. in you. I know you do.
Y'all gonna leave me alone tonight.
You got some time to make up anyway."
Hey, look, don't be spanking me, boy. What you doing, man? You can't be spanking me on my own show now, babe. You spanking me? Classes is over. We gonna have another day in class. Get your asses back on the bus and let's go home. Gather up your shit, grab your sticks. Get your paperwork. Hope you remember a lot of this stuff, because if you can study it and start learning it and really appreciating what you're looking at, this is history. While you're trying to maintain and preserve, you're learning something that was part of history, what made history. You guys got to believe what I'm saying, and I'm showing you more in many ways the proof. Y'all helping me prove it, because look what y'all giving me. I ain't got to go out there looking for my own shit. Y'all giving it to me. And that's what I like. I like participation, because I get different things and different things to show, and it still boils down to the point that we speaking on tonight. Really, you think Stone City and them didn't know that? You think that Hardcore didn't know that? You think that Victor didn't know that? You think Going Hard didn't know that? I mean, Gameville didn't know that? We knew this shit. We knew this shit. All we did is move another step in history up forward, closer to the now. For our time, it was the now. You know what I'm saying?
Them dogs was back in our time.
These dogs is before our time right here, bullshitting them.
Yeah.
She really got ugly by the time that we got into it, and shit, these dogs might not even survive with the bulldogs we was running back then. Shit got a little ugly. These dogs right here, this battle charge shit right here, how can you not scratch when you got that yellow shit sitting in there with that shit right here? I'm telling you, the yellow shit is what's carrying it. You're going to lose game. You're going to lose game. When you got a dog right here scratching the goddamn 4 hours, damn near 5 hours. Supernat didn't like that dog. He got rid of him after that match. Because he did. Because he did. Somebody got something out of it. Somebody got something out of it. Don't ever think that this cross right here, these dogs right here, has that very special trait of being able to have what I call great producing blood. You can't deny it. You put the right shit with it. But I tell y'all with that Walk-em-all shit, you reach in there and you put the right shit with it. You put two lines of, you know, Luke can't carry his own, but he's got the yellow shit in him, so we can't go with we can't say it was just the Luke Kane because he was made. Hey, we putting that because he's a yellow dog. Going back to Red Boy. The support comes from Red Boy. Support. That is the support team. That is the genetic blood of great dogs. If you want to start talking about some real shit. When they started putting them yellow dogs into them Eli dogs, they started knocking off Eli dogs in the numbers. You put yellow and Eli together, you're going to have some real bulldogs. You put yellow and Patrick together, you're going to have some bulldogs.
My man Cool Bean, big shout out to Cool Bean. I see you, fam. Vladimir, I see you, fam. Cool Bean said, that's that Oklahoma shit.
Mm-hmm.
They bred for gamers.
Yup. Because they put gamers over everything else until we start killing it and making their game shit worthless. You cannot be gaming winning when you get murked. You got to put the bang back in that shit. Gamers don't mean shit if it ain't got no bang. Okay, I lost game. How many times am I going to keep losing game? Something wrong. I don't need game. I need ability. You got to keep the ability with the gamers. Damn the gamers. If it ain't got them, it can't win with it. One thing you have in your favor, you had a possibility knowing the factor to make it more than just game. You got to put that ability with that game. You got to find it, and they found it. They found it. That's where we started from. Let's go back to where we started from. They found it. Dog of the night right there. It didn't take no gamers to do that. It didn't take no gamers to do that. It took ability. They put the ability with that gameness. Everybody got an A tonight. Everybody got an A. You made it very enjoyable. That's why I'm still sitting here. Y'all scratched back real good tonight, fellas. I love that. Y'all didn't make me work. Y'all helped me work.
Dr. Henry said, shit got me thinking now, especially I'm high. I wonder why they always growl before they check in.
That one was a good one, baby boy. I liked that. But now I got me thinking. Got you wondering why they growling, because they ready to go. They letting you know. They ain't growling at the door. They growling at your ass. You better get me. You better get me. Oh, shit. Yes, sir. This is the dog of the night right here, gentlemen. Y'all know we got a good one tonight, y'all. That one was a good one. I forgot who pulled this one up. But I would have to say this one right here, it really, if anything stands out, you got a bunch of great dogs. A bunch of great dogs filling in the gaps. And when you fill in the gaps, you get this kind of a product. Give a damn, pretty pedigree don't mean shit if you ain't getting this. That's why he dog of the night. It don't mean shit if you can't get this. It looks pretty and it proves itself.
And there it is.
Can't ask for no more than that. Speaking the truth. Speaking the truth. You know what I'm saying? Speaking the truth. Come on now. Y'all got to go with me on that one. You know what I'm saying? Mike, you want to get your thumbs up and everybody showing the love. I'm showing the love too.
All right, fellas, while y'all got your hands on them keyboards, while you got your hands on the keyboards, you enjoyed the show tonight, give me them thumbs up. Thumbs up, thumbs up.
Come on, man. Y'all need to give me something tonight now.
Thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles. 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 Now give your damn self some roses. Roses. You need them damn roses.
Show yourself some love tonight, man. I really appreciate that. I like the pedigrees y'all was bringing in. You know, it gave me validation. You know, when you start sending that shit in, that shows me you get what I'm saying. It didn't take the AI to sit there and show that. The AI gonna sit there and show y'all, if we was to do a thing on this, they're gonna be like the Mo put the audience to work. And it was the audience to show this that they got it. When the audience can do that, then I done my job. That means somebody out there get it. That means there's hope for the future.
Yes, sir.
And I got to say that. I'm not going to close up before I put this dog of the night back up, because he's going to end the show with that dog of the night with your music and all that good shit. He needs to sit there and get paraded. You know, I like to parade my game dog, my good dogs.
Jamie Chambers, welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. Come on, fellas. I know there's more people out there got their hands on that keyboard when I got 60 people in the room.
Come on, man.
Come on.
Well, we ain't filling up a couple pages.
They supposed to. Come on.
Come on, man. Run that line, man. Run that line. Run that line. I need y'all to run that line.
Well, I tell you about appreciation. It don't cost you nothing but a couple taps.
Right. We ain't getting no super chats tonight. We didn't get nothing. Nothing. But we got a good night in, and that's all that matters.
That's all that matters. Show your appreciation, show the love, and we can get the hell up out of here. There we go. There we go. Caveman. I see you, fam. Welcome to the Shark Tank, fam.
Man, I'm happy with you tonight, man. I mean, really, with all the stuff that we be pointing out, you know, it just really shows that they catching it. You know what I'm saying? Didn't nobody get crazy. You know, somebody hurt me.
Prophet Google coming in with the 5-piece showing that love. Appreciate the love, Prophet.
All day, baby. All day, man. Standing up. Standing up. Standing up. Throwing you up there with the dog of the night, baby. Got to put you up there with the dog of the night. Is that Prophet Google standing up there with the dog of the night?
Big shout out to my man Vladimir coming in with the GOAT.
Not the GOAT.
Vladimir coming through with the GOAT.
Oh, Vladimir, you want to steal the man and putting up the money? Don't put the GOAT out there. Damn.
You gonna throw the GOAT?
You throw up the GOAT, baby. I got to put you up in there with his name, Prophet Google. Nigga passing out goats. Oh my goodness. Thank you.
Appreciate the love, fam.
For real, that's validation, baby. Validation, I don't mind accepting. For real. Because y'all make that happen. Don't make no sense if I had to sit here and do it by myself. And tonight, y'all proved that I didn't have to. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, fellas, let me get in here right quick, Mo.
Yeah, man, shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank, all my boys back there in the back street, man. I hope y'all like hanging out with us tonight. Yeah, we sitting over there good 600 plus up in there with the views tonight. Somebody was out there paying attention.
Hey, big shout out to the Ohio State Buckeyes! National championship. Gotta be there to get there, baby.
Be there to get there, baby. We coming out there. We coming out.
We coming. Better watch it.
We scratching. We still number 8. Scratching. Just knocked off number 5. Just took care of number 1.
What?
Bulldogging. What? That's right. Bulldogging.
Hey, man, look. First of all, I want to thank everybody for showing up and showing out like y'all do on this Friday night. Actually, you make it good to be back. I swear to you. Man, we supposed to have been out of here in an hour to go catch the game. So I had to put it on replay. But we can catch it later. Enjoy being with you. You know, we talk a lot about relationships. You know, our past and the things that we learned. And it's just a blessing to see that we can share that with y'all. And y'all can share y'all's experience and y'all dogs with us, because we ain't the only ones that make it work. That's what we're trying to tell you. We're not the only ones. If we bring it to the table, and then y'all help us bring it to the table to help validate it, that opens up a lot of people's eyes to what it's supposed to look like. Because that's something that has already been done. You can't go back there and change none of that. The results speak for itself. But tell me now, ain't it easier when you're looking to go into the future with your own program that you have a format, you have at least an idea what you're looking for. You just ain't out there car shopping with no idea of what you're looking for. Do what you see others do to gain the same results. We always tell y'all, we didn't do no more than what somebody else did. Last time I checked, it's okay to copycat. That's all we was talking about. I really appreciate y'all for showing up and showing out. Again, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. So as we get up out of here, you know, I ain't had no coffee, so I wasn't even gonna try it. I'm not actually a coffee drinker. It starts my day off.
Today, usually when Mike be talking, I be doing this.
Yeah, he wide awake. Look at it. He up and ready.
I'm up. You know what I mean? You got excited.
You get all excited. You know how. Hey, tell me y'all, as y'all notice how Moby's doing this pedigree thing, he can almost look back. He can look at the pedigree and already know where it's going back to. That go to show you just how long and how much he knows these dogs. And it's funny to me because I have no idea where he's fixing to go. But it do kind of still shock me that he know where he's going. You know, that's why I don't try to be like him. Cause I know he put in a lot of work with him and my kennel partner. They put in a lot of work dealing with pedigree. And we always give that shout out to my man R.I.P. James Pope, because that's where it all started from. He's just a living result of what that actually did for him. And he's sharing that experience with you guys. Big shout out to, you know, I would say our proteges out there, Erica Henry, Scratch Line, and everybody else who participated in the show tonight. Hey, keep bulldogging, fellas. Keep letting them know. The work is only involved in the work that you put in. You put in the work, you're going to get the results. We stand on that. The other thing you got to definitely make sure you do, you got to always.
You better make damn sure that you
always, damn it, scratch the wind. Don't act like you don't know.
Act like you don't get that.
You better get that, baby.
You get that, okay?
You're gonna make that a part of your make that a part of your repertoire.
Always, always. Dog of the night, back on the screen, fellas. Let's finish up with him, man. Bulldog right there. Bulldog right there. He put his work in. Somebody got back there. He got him out, though. Put dents and everything in that ass. Look at that boy. He still made it.
He got knocks on that mother.
See that shit? Somebody got back there. Y'all see this pedigree? I'm gonna let y'all ride on that name in case y'all ever want to pull him back up.
I'm making coffee, watching a little banging, band dogs be born. He got some band dogs being born.
Okay, shout out. Congratulations there, son. Boy, when you sleep at night, boy, you just gonna be waiting for them 2 years to come along. Just wait. Cross your fingers. Be patient. Don't be in no hurry. Be smart. Maybe we be talking about you next.
Yes, sir.
Mike gonna sit back and let y'all wind down tonight, y'all. We gonna leave the music on a little bit, enjoy the music, man, but go ahead and wind on down, fellas. We're gonna leave it open a little bit to let y'all communicate a little bit before we shut her down.
We're going back to the parking lot.
We're gonna go back to the parking lot, man. We have fun tonight. Where'd it go, fellas?
I'll see you in the parking lot. Give a big shout out to my man, Zachariah, coming in with a two-piece showing the love. I see you, fam. He said S2W twins. Look, S2W, thanks for dropping more gems. Appreciate the love, fam.